public engagement and involvement in the whereas statement. That was just a kind of a constant thought within the IGA task forces.
Well, I'm not with the.
It's there.
It's there somewhere.
It's on G.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, duly noticed public hearings.
And again, the public hearings, I just, those are required. I just didn't know if we wanted to add anything kind of above and beyond. That's just trying to reflect what the task force is speaking about.
I'm not sure that goes in the recitals. I mean, the duly noticed public hearings, that's a statutory requirement. I think our public engagement process is gonna be what it is, and I don't think that, I'm not sure it goes actually in the document.
Oh. They're taking my Living a built-in balance.
Okay.
Well, so when you look at the page 14, where they did an overview of the recommendations.
Thank you, yeah.
Section C, we did, it said add clarity to goals to recognize urbanization. And the rural nature, I think you addressed that. Then section E, it looks like maybe those were added back from the 2012, because I do know there were a couple members on the task force that really liked the key principles from 2012. And they felt that the new ones without those red lines.
Can you bring up the 2012 to see what the recitals?
This is them. They added them back in.
Those are a
That's what
direct
they
quote
wanted.
from
They
2012.
felt that those were key principles.
Well, that's what we're seeing in red?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Because it does say section E, I through V.
Okay.
Bringing back into the agreement key principles from 2012. And that was brought up by two people particularly that really liked those key principles. Not meaning you have to go with them, but just when we were talking about where did those come from, those are from the 2012.
So I guess, and I guess in terms of setting the stage for the IGA, yeah, I can see that point. But I also feel like they're not necessary to have in there if we're just thinking about this as a legal agreement, which it is.
Well, and again, we don't have to necessarily get weighed down. If we have questions we want to ask back to that group, we certainly could. Or have them attend another session, this, I think
maybe we have them attend another workshop with us.
But I do believe that's where those are from, based on that note on page 14.
I wonder, hey, Brandon, is there the potential of having something like a preamble in this agreement?
Yeah, I think it's up to you certainly can. I mean, that's what kind of what whereas clauses are, is kind of a preamble, again, showing what the intent of the document is. I mean, we can break that out into a separate preamble if that's what the county wants or would agree to.
So just so you know where that came from.
I appreciate that, thank you.
But we don't have to necessarily get stuff there. We can keep going on, and as we go through, maybe we feel like there's not enough discussion on some of these issues like environment or economy. Come back to it. But I think that's the reason why we took it out of our draft, was because the attorneys that are involved said these aren't necessary in a whereas clause.
Yeah. Well, and they all exist in a comp plan in one form or another.
Okay.
Because the 2012 document has lots of references and cut and paste from the comp plan.
Okay, we'll gear this up so far. Does that
Okay.
sound?
And we can do a couple of things too. We can have another working session with task force representatives if they're amenable to that. We can move forward with the way we've just discussed, moving forward and take public feedback, which we're gonna do anyway, take public feedback and see how people feel about it.
Mhm.
You know, like I said, my goal is to make this as, concise and, the less open to interpretation, the better. So,
And I would recommend, I don't know, if meeting with the task force would be necessary at this point, because it just seems like we're starting to dip our toe into some matters that matter. But reach out to, I look back through my notes and this was back in the summer.
yeah.
I don't remember the details. So, if we have certain questions, reaching back out to them just to clarify
Okay.
would be appropriate. And if we need to meet, fine, but I think it'd be
Well,
good
we've
for
asked
this.
enough of them. I see your point.
Well, and to add to that, I think it would still be good to, when we know that we're going to be discussing the IGA, during the workshop, I think it'd be great to reach out to them and just let them know, hey, this is a public, session. And we could invite them to be here in case we have questions. So we can keep going through, but at least we've made an official invitation, like, hey, we're gonna be reviewing, the draft for an hour on, before our meeting, if you'd like to attend. I mean, I feel like we have good representation between trustee Hamrick, who is the liaison, and Mr. Simon Center town planner. I think all three of you were there at the task force room. So I feel like we have.
Yeah, and I'm totally fine doing that, and I think that folks are keeping a pretty close eye on the agendas.
Okay, great.
So would it be wise to have Doug in here, like tonight, for example, and he could clarify what we're wondering about?
Well, he emailed us because he couldn't be here tonight. So
Well, I know, I'm
obviously
just
we're-
saying though, I mean,
Right.
in a workshop like this.
Yeah, we can absolutely ask them if you'd like to attend.
I think it makes sense to just let the whole task force know that at the next workshop, we'll be discussing the IGA if you'd like to be here.
But we don't allow them, I mean, you can't have 9 or 11
Right.
members all talking, you'll never get through it, but a
Yeah.
representative would be nice.
Right.
Yeah, okay. So definitions so far, we're going to possibly add a definition of urbanization if it stays in C. After we see Mr. Trustee Browning's rewrite of C.
I think I imagine urbanization the word would stay, and I
Yeah,
think
and then
adding
we'll
it to
add
the
it to
definition
definitions.
is great.
Okay,
Here, as opposed to putting a parenthesis after the word earlier up. Is that what you're
We can
saying?
do both,
We would do both?
yeah.
okay.
Do we want to talk about definitions, since we have a little bit more time?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I'm fine with them striking the density definitions, because we already talked about removing density from the IGA overall, so totally fine with that. So I also don't think we need the sentence above that, since we've already removed density requirements. And I think that's just that's a matter of law anyway. Any development has to follow zoning and codes.
I mean, the only reason why I'd see that might be useful, although it's kind of strange to have it in a definition, is it will assure people that this doesn't override our own codes with regard to density.
Is there anywhere in the IGA that talks about kind of that, what's the word I'm looking for? That order of what takes precedence over what in terms of IGA, comp plan, town codes, like,
Yeah, hierarchy. Yeah.
yeah.
I don't think there's anything specific to that. I mean, not in that way.
Maybe, do you all feel like it would be useful to have a defined hierarchy of what takes precedence over what in the IGA?
Yes. Because I was surprised when it was Hannah that said, the IGA is a legal document, your comp plan isn't, so it supersedes that if there's come.
I would disagree with that.
Okay, so it'd be good to have some clarification, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem with that is we may have some disagreement with the county on this about to what extent that this can override, our local land use authority. I mean, I think it doesn't, period.
I think we need to, I think we need to come to an agreement on that before we sign a document.
Well, I can tell you why she thought that, Brandon, based on discussions in the IGA task force, and it was because this is a legally binding agreement. Your comp plan is a requirement, but it is a guiding document subject to change.
So so what I would propose is that we have staff, and that includes Brandon, draft a paragraph that describes the hierarchy for inclusion in the recitals. Everybody okay with that?
So comp plan,
In the recitals,
IGA.
Or
and
where
another
do you think it would go?
somewhere in the body of the document, I think,
What's the third one, state law?
I think that would go in a recital normally.
Okay,
Yeah.
Just addressed as it is, a paragraph somewhere in the document.
yeah.
Yeah,
Are you saying comp plan, IGA, in state statute? Or what was what other category were you saying?
Well, there were also town codes or zoning. I mean, whatever rules would affect any sort of annexation or development, I think it would be great. And if it's a flow chart, and not a paragraph, whatever, but I think it would be good for the community to see, and also good to have in the agreement, for both parties to agree to.
We'll let the attorneys for both sides figure it out.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's like, if you want to do a flow chart, it's like, US Constitution, State of Colorado, statutes of the state of Colorado. This,
Yeah.
our codes, local codes, and then, this agreement somewhere below that. But I think it's better just to say that this agreement does not take away our ability to do zoning or to do, to apply our local land use code. That's all I think it really needs to be said. And I think same goes for the county, right? They can still use their local land use code. This is a coordination document.
Okay. I think as long as it's addressed somewhere, somehow. Unless anybody wants to include the Constitution.
It could change a lot here.
The Bill of Rights.
I think what Hannah meant was just if our comp plan calls for one of these properties to be able to be annexed, but this doesn't, this would supersede our comp plan. In no way was she saying that, that's it. It's just the establishment of that piece of property. All land use decisions would be, and those shouldn't even really be covered in the IGA anyway. So those would all be covered by the
Okay.
town. It's the fingers and thumbs.
So that leaves us with the sentence, this agreement is intended to keep RPA and the land outside LPA rural in character to preserve a community buffer.
I mean, that's not really a definition to me. That's intent language. It belongs either in a whereas clause or something relates to talking about the scope of what this agreement does.
Mhm.
I mean, the RPA definition should just be what is an RPA and really nothing more.
I agree with you.
What if we said this, the RPA is intended to keep land outside the LPA rural in character to preserve a community buffer? It's in the definition of an RPA.
I
Where
would
does
be,
it belong in the recitals?
I think that's the question.
I mean, I don't like talking about intent in a definition. It just doesn't fit there. I mean, I think if you're trying to turn this language into something that works in definition and just be something along the lines of, by the way of example, you know, an RPA is land outside of an LPA. And that would work as a, you know, as a definition, but I think anything regarding intent really doesn't belong here.
Why can't we put it under the RPA section on page 18?
That would make more sense.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, I agree.
under A,
So just strike that change then, this agreement.
yeah.
Yeah, if we're comfortable with what it says.
Mhm,
So the RPA definition stays as is.
mhm.
What's the community buffer from? I'm not quite understanding that,
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand community buffer.
because you do have houses and then starts the the RPA. What do we?
Tell us.
It's really something from 2012.
I see it more as creating a rural buffer than community.
Yeah, that's, I
See the
think,
first
I
sentence.
don't wanna paraphrase incorrectly, but I
I
think
know.
it's keeping the outer shell of the IGA rural in nature. I think that's what-
Well, you know, it's the city of Boulder's green belt of open space. If we're looking for a corollary.
But it isn't a community, I mean, it's not like it's public lands all around it. It's a
No.
community buffer, it's all private land. Well, private and,
So maybe, maybe we just end it then at rural in character, period.
and then put it under the RPA section on page 18.
Mhm.
Okay? I think I'm understanding what they want to say. Not. Buffer. Right. I mean, okay, we're starting the agreement section.
I don't really think. I'm not sure we're ready to start the agreement section. I don't know, what do you all think?
How about just confirming we're okay with what's there or not?
Yeah, hang on a second.
I think since the notice that went out, packet basically said we're gonna work on the recitals, I think. Probably ought to hold off on going to the agreement for another,
That's a good point.
apparently we have time to go through.
No, but one thing I do want to talk about, with the whole board is, we talked about having a special meeting where we really dive into some details, you know, for maybe a couple of hours, outside of a regular meeting. So I'm curious about how folks feel about that. Number one, is that something that we all want to do? And then if it is something we all want to do, when do we want to talk about trying to schedule it? Because people are gonna be gone for the holidays, you know, we're getting into the season, we wanna make sure that we're being as transparent as possible, so any thoughts about that?
Are you talking like a 2-hour workshop, like this one?
Yeah, or it can be, we can decide, we can make it a workshop like this one, or we could make it a special meeting where we make decisions, or a combination of both.
So I think it depends on what you're thinking for future workshops. I'm not sure what has been lined up for the next several months in the way of workshops, because I see here what we've done today is we've taken half of our workshop time and used it for this. So are you thinking of doing that for each workshop, where we spend half of it on
No.
LJ and half on
Well,
something else?
so these are the options, right? We can do it that way.
Right.
Or we can set aside a couple hours and have a special meeting and just deep dive into that and nothing but that.
Right, and then we do a one and done.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know
I'm really
about
excited
that,
about the one and done option.
but I think it would move the ball farther faster.
Sure, agreed, as instead of like prolonging it or spreading it out over several months.
Yeah,
I'm okay with a special meeting. I mean, even two if we have to.
I am too, because when we get to the property by property discussion, or maybe even groups of properties, it's gonna take a while. And
Yes.
it's really gonna make whatever meeting, if we did it in the middle of a regular meeting, it's gonna make it long. And also from the public's perspective, I think you ought to be able to tell the public, okay, we're gonna get into the meat of it, property by property stuff on X day at X time. Special meeting works better for that than several workshops spread out over a period of time.
Or making people wait all night to watch general business at 10 o'clock at
Right.
night.
So when were you thinking? November, December?
Well,
January?
I'm not sure. That's what I wanted to have the conversation because I know people travel for the holidays.
Yeah.
And or just are not in the mood to pay attention.
I leave tomorrow, so I'll be back December 1st. So I could do December.
I'm the same way.
You're leaving tomorrow?
Yeah.
And you're
Come
not
back.
back?
I'll be back for December 3rd.
Are you guys going together?
No,
Where
we
you
almost did the other.
I know, yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
gave her to a ride to the airport.
Okay. Who else is traveling with Molly?
Oh, Thanksgiving, between now and Thanksgiving.
Well, between now and Thanksgiving is
Right.
no-go.
Yeah.
That's no-go.
So then basically, yeah, Thanksgiving takes you to December.
Thanksgiving takes you to
If you-
December
if you-
and then,
Yeah.
It's like here,
That
or sorry,
Thursday.
yeah, it's here right on the 28th.
so I think, I mean, realistically, I think what we're looking at is the first week in January.
Okay.
Is there anything big on the municipal calendar?
What about the first week in December, first or second week in this?
To get it going.
That's not gonna work for me.
Okay. Back to January. When you say the first week of January, you're talking about the week of the 6th.
We also want to recognize the public too. It's good
Yeah,
to
we
be
gotta get
attended.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's another reason to do it after the
Right,
holidays.
exactly.
Yeah.
So the BOT would be meeting on the 6th of January, would be the first Monday, right?
Mhm. So we can, and,
You wanna
Clerk
have a-
Vasquez can do a poll to see what works for people. Um, and we can see, and it's not like we have to stop talking about it. We can still keep working on it. We're still gonna be working on, we're gonna talk about the housing survey. We're gonna talk about what our goals might be when it comes to that. So there's definitely stuff to work on to prepare for that, I think. And then the way I look at it is the meeting where we talk property by property is kind of the big kahuna for a lot of people, for many people in the public. And so if we can get ourselves really well prepared for that, then I think it'll just go smoother and then we can have our public engagement process and keep this moving along so that we can get it done, hopefully, as soon as it's practical.
Because you also want to have a board retreat in January for special as well, just so you remember.
Yeah.
so between now and then, we can continue through this document, just,
Mhm.
I mean, and skip over the property by property component,
Yeah, we can absolutely do that.
which is really just under special provisions.
Mhm. Yep, we can do that and then,
This is more wordsmithing.
we don't need to be doing the wordsmithing.
Well, I mean, we can go through it and see what the intent is and
Yeah.
clarify things.
Yeah.
And leave a January meeting for the property discussion. So we can make progress between now and then.
Yes.
Well, we're on page 3, is that right? And there's only 10 pages, so that's,
Yeah,
we
but
only have 7 pages to go.
when you get into the body of the agreement, it talks about the map, and then that's what brings in the
Yeah.
property by property.
I think it might bring some, I think there are some properties you might be okay to agree to. And that would actually relieve some tension maybe for some people too, to address those sooner than later.
Mhm.
If you already know you are some that are just, you guys are, okay, well, taking off, then take them off, and that might help. Or bringing in, it sounds like according to the survey, there's a few that people are okay with bringing in, so,
Mhm.
maybe it's not, doesn't have to be, maybe it just goes down to 1 or 2 parcels that needs more discussion, maybe it's not all, they don't all have to be.
Yeah, those above blue line.
Well, I think what we can do then is have more workshops maybe about that and talk about the parcels, but put off any sort of general business item, you
Oh,
know,
of
so we
course.
can get an idea of what we all are agreeing
Or
on.
to a big public meeting.
But put off a
January.
general business item to, yeah, a
Yeah,
special meeting in
sure.
January.
I do think there's gonna be room, it looks like on the agendas. I think if you're going to make progress and meet your new guide goals, you know, you're gonna be having housing and IGA on almost every workshop,
Mhm,
at least part of it.
mhm.
But I think you guys did pretty good tonight for 40 minutes, getting through that. So
Thanks.
we'll keep plugging away.
Okay,
And then a bigger property public in January,
yeah.
okay?
And can we, do we know when the school holidays, winter holidays are over?
They start December 21st and run through,
It's January 6th, isn't it?
January, 5th.
Cause we'll wanna do it after those holidays are over and before that.
Yes.
Okey dokey. Nice work, everybody. Will give us something to discuss with the county on Thursday. All right, should we move along? Utility discussion on rates, CPI increases.
Hello, everybody.
Director Kaplan, how are you?
Pretty good. That's good. So it's always a good thing.
Excellent.
I think we brought this up because there's been some discussion during the budget utilities meeting. There was some discussion on rates and presenting those to the utility board. And then the discussion of capital improvement projects and determining what was needed long-term. I heard mention of a couple of the utilities, I guess the stormwater and the wastewater being the big two for that.
Mhm.
So I put together some of the different questions that might come up. We have this the CPI rate increase listed for wastewater. I found it's actually also listed in the original water code that talks about non-metered water. So originally, we didn't have meters on the water services. So those two seem to be the original utilities that the town was working with, and that CPI rate increase was listed there. Again, not going back through all the details, but once we added meters to the water utility, it may not have been added, it wasn't added into the stormwater. I had really thought we removed it from the electric utility. So I thought I heard the chairman of the EUEB also mention that, but I don't find it in there, so maybe I was mistaken. But we have it in a couple places, not in other places. We talk about whether or not we should just increase rates based on inflation, or should we be looking at the actual utility funds themselves and trying to determine, based on our utility expenses, should we be increasing the rates to the various funds? So that's why I wanted to bring up this discussion, hearing input from the utility board, from staff, and from the BOT. I thought it was important that we discuss that.
Aaron, can I make one comment on the electric rates real quick?
Sure.
Yeah,
Yes, so there's no CPI adjustment for the electric rates because electric rate increases require very specific noticing under Colorado state law. So you're not gonna find it and we can't do it unless we follow that very specific noticing provisions.
okay. So that's off the table. Not
That's all.
all of the noticing.
We just need to know what the provisions are.
Oh, good question. Was that for rate increases or CPI only?
For electric rate increases of any kind, whether CPI or otherwise, require a very specific noticing scheme. I actually, in anticipation of this issue, kind of outline that out so I can pull it up if you'd like.
And so I think some of it, while he pulled that up, was reviewing some of the items that I had gone through during that budget discussion on the rates, the electric fund and the water utility have recently had bonds reduced. The water utility just this year, the electric fund previous year had bonds paid off. Again, I would look at, we're putting potentially aside 250,000 for capital improvements in the electric fund as an example, which to me shows that we're in pretty good shape if we can set aside that much. I had been looking in the past to say, well, we are using 50,000 almost from the existing budget. Sorry, blanking out on what the actual fund balance. We would be using 50,000 of the fund balance for that 250,000. But again, I had looked at the last couple of years, 100,000 to try to do infrastructure capital improvement projects, particularly the undergrounding on the electric utility. So from that perspective, it looked like the electric utility is doing pretty good. But again, if we are looking at just flat inflationary increases, last year, again, the mean budget actually goes from April 1st to March 31st. That's their fiscal year, so it makes it slightly off balance from ours. If they do a rate increase, which they did from 24 into 25, it only affects us for 9 months. The first 3 months of the year, we're not affected by that rate increase. And then trying to judge what we're gonna have for the next year, they don't tell us what their rate increase will be really till January. So we're a little bit behind if we try to use that. Again, so I've heard some reasons for using the inflationary standard rate increase. We've seen some of the examples of utilities or municipalities that have run into problems with the not doing rate increases. I think the big one was here in the Thornton or Northland.
No, it was Broomfield and
Broomfield.
Lafayette, yeah.
Having theirs, Lafayette sounded a little different after reading some of that. I didn't look into that a whole lot, but that was somewhat different. So again, hearing differing opinions and trying to make sure that staff has the way forward that the Board of Trustees would like to go.
So I have a question about Broomfield and the Broomfield and Lafayette situations. Did they, I mean, they certainly didn't get into those kinds of situations in 1 year, right? That was a many years of.
What it looks like, yeah.
I mean, I'll start. I feel like I want the funds to be as healthy as possible because that's going to be the best thing for the town in general. And I also feel like we're small enough as a municipality where we shouldn't, it doesn't feel right to raise rates just because we can at the same time. So that's kind of what I struggle with. And so I think, well, you know, maybe as part of our yearly budget process, what we do is take a look at all the funds and talk about each fund and whether we want to raise rates of that year instead of doing a CPI. Because the thing about CPI is everything is going up for everybody, right? And if the funds are healthy, then the funds are healthy, maybe we can give people a break. But I'd love to know what other people think.
I would rather see us CPI across the board on all of them. And if we want to make an exception 1 year, CPI is high, 5% or whatever, and we realize our fund balances are fine with that particular year. We make it a specific decision that year. You know, I'm always concerned, as Trustee Hamrick is, with rainy day funds down the line. I don't want to see us caught like Broomfield. So on the whole, I'm going to be in favor of CPI increases for things like that. With the exception being times when there might be a specific hardship, where it's hard to do it in 06, 07, again, when there's specific times. But I think you make the exception then. The rule is that it increases. That's my preference.
So we address it at budget time, whether we're going to,
If we're going to not do it that year, we would address it at budget time, otherwise it's automatic.
Trustee Bowman?
Yeah, it seems like CPI is consumer basket of goods. And really, let's take the electric, you know, the vast majority of that's what Moon charges us. So I mean, it really, to me, it really needs to be tied to the cost levels. So, and I don't know what each one of those is for each utility. Now, let me jump forward though. So we're talking about covering costs via rate setting, but the other side of this is really my big concern, which is what does it cost us to run these services? Okay, and what I mean by that, and I haven't done a good job of explaining it. If I had a whiteboard up here, I could draw you a spreadsheet out, but it really is looking at what all the components are of each that comprise of that service. Understand what the longevity of those components are, modeling that to show what it costs to replace this. Oh, so this piece is, you know, lasts 7 years, this one 15, and understand what it's gonna cost us. And so this is what I'm really suggesting is more of a budget modeling exercise, not for this year to set rates, but definitely for next year. So as we go into the budget discussion, because that's what I think got both Broomfield and Lafayette, and I agree Lafayette's a little bit different. But just understanding what kind of money does it take us to run those services? And there's always, you know, because I think last time we got in a discussion about, you know, avoiding surprises, there's always going to be break fix stuff, right? So the two models are, we either just fix things as it comes out, but that's where we could have, you know, big surprises. And those two municipalities are wastewater treatment plant. We had that conversation a couple meetings ago. So anyways, but what I'm trying to say is if we model this and then at least we know what potential costs will be, then we can decide, do we recover it via rates? Do we do for more bonds? At least we can start having those discussions instead of waiting till we're backed in or backs against the wall like what happened with Broomfield and Lafayette.
So it sounds like you want some more decision modeling before we make a decision, yea or nay on CPI.
Yes.
I think that makes a lot of really good sense. Trustee Dati, what do you think?
You know, I agree with both arguments, actually. I feel like inflation is real. We see the cost of everything rising. I think it also makes sense to wait until we know what the mean rate increases in April. Like, I don't know that January is the best time. I mean, either you have a set rate, but I don't even know if that it covers the mean rate increase. I don't know. Does it cover inflation? Does it follow inflation? I'm not sure.
Mean, I don't know that they're specifically looking at inflation. They're trying to project based on their expected expenses. If they see inflation in some of those areas or a majority of those, then that's what they would work on. But they're looking at much larger capital expenditures with 20, 40-year projects. And then trying to determine where the price of gas is going to go for some of those. I know natural gas is a big factor in the rates for electricity.
I'd be curious to know like the average increase every year. I'm not.
So it hasn't, but that's like last year we went with 30,000. Before that, they hadn't increased for 5 or 6 years. Before that, they made a huge increase and then they started giving us 20 to 30,000 refunds for 2 or 3 years.
I think Brandon might have been trying to pipe up there. Were you, Brandon?
Oh, yeah, just speaking electric rates in general, I mean, there are legal standards for electric versus other utilities, and that it has to be just, reasonable, and sufficient, which means that you're basically charging based off cost of service. And so you can't make a profit off electric, really, at least in the municipal context. It needs to be sufficient to cover your, you know, your fixed capital and your variable costs. And so, MENA is no exception to that, you know, general principle. So it's saying they're looking at what it costs to run their generation and transmission, and then they're charging their customers to recover that amount.
I guess, in speaking to what Director Kaplan was just saying, I think I would prefer a more consistent increase as opposed to like every 5 or 6 years having a big jump.
I'm curious, what Director Eystone might think about the modeling that Trustee Hammock brought up, like, is that within the capabilities of staff to do that kind of modeling for, and I would imagine we'd want to do it for each of the
Enterprise
funds.
funds.
Yeah,
I have a basic template started. I've done these types of models before, but they are very basic. So basically what it does, and they rely very, very heavily on extremely good capital planning and cost estimates. So what they do is they take each, for example, in the water fund, for example, we take each revenue line item and then each expense type line item like admin, treatment, distribution, and then you assume a certain CPI inflationary increase for those specific categories. And then you create like a separate tab or spreadsheet with all of your capital planned out for 10, 20 years. And it's very, very in-depth capital planning. That's what's really important. And then you take, so you take that and you create a spreadsheet, and then you assume percentage rate increases, and you play with the percentage rate increase every single year until you get where you need to be in the red, or in the black and not in the red. So it really is super dependent on very good capital planning and capital estimates. And that's where I would suggest, I don't know if we need outside help to help do that type of stuff, but I can handle all of the rest, but the capital planning will be beyond my capabilities.
To that point, I mean, there's a whole, industry of consultants that do rate studies. And so that's exactly what they're doing, is they're looking at what sort of rates, you need to recover, mostly the fixed capital costs moving forward. So that's a direction we want to go. I think Mean at one point in time offered some of those services on the electric side, but there's a whole bunch of consultants that do this kind of work for all the utilities.
And I'm sure they're all dirt cheap.
I think, I can handle a certain degree of it. It's just the capital planning piece that's very difficult for someone like myself to do. That, I mean, I don't know if, Aaron and the utility board would feel comfortable doing that. That might be where the outside help is needed.
I mean, you gotta look at like depreciation schedules of assets and what's our plant look like in 25 years and what needs to be replaced, that sort of things. That's where it gets complicated.
Yeah.
I did this last year at CU as a consultant.
oh, you did,
For
so
their
you'll do it for
technology.
us for free.
Well, the problem is, just like Cassie's saying, the models to build the models is one thing, but to understand, okay, what are the 12 components of the wastewater treatment plant that need to be replaced? How long do they last? What's the cost gonna be in 12 years? So, but you could build a lot of variability in those models. So each year you can tweak them as you learn more. But at least having a baseline model doesn't have to be extravagant. Then at least we know what's coming down the pipe, and it gives us a heads up instead of waiting till our back's against the wall with talking about 50% rate increases.
Yeah, I think you have a general idea with wastewater.
I don't know any of those components.
Well, but I mean, just looking at the capital plan they've suggested.
Right,
Stormwater,
start with that,
we're talking, if you're gonna really do that and follow it, you'll be doing major increases every year. Yeah.
Trustee Browning, I know you probably have some comments you'd like to make on the share time.
Sure. First of all, with respect to the idea of across the board CPI increases in all 4 of our utility rates, I want to make it clear that this issue has not been discussed at all by the UEB. The UEB was requested to look at potential rate increases for the 2025 budget, but not the idea of across the board CPI increases was not presented to the UEB. They haven't even discussed it. Lions has never done that. Our rate increases have been, for example, prompted by specific events. The last time we raised electric rates was in 2015 because Mean did a big raise, but at that time we also took into account the fact that a surcharge done after the flood came off at the same time. Water was raised in 2019 based on a schedule of water rate increases that Longmont has provided to us. Wastewater rates were raised in 2015 and 2019, due mostly to, in 2015, because we had to do debt service for the plant. Again, in 2019, those were projected years in advance. In 2022, we had to raise wastewater rates because of greatly increased and unforeseen operating costs at the plant and to pay for the litigation. So what we have always done, fund by fund, is when we see things, sometimes we know them in advance, sometimes it's unexpected things. We're able to explain to ratepayers, why do we increase your rates? There's a hot conversation going on Facebook right now about that. But I think people can understand when, if Mean raises your electric power cost by a certain amount, that you have to pass those through. And I think you can understand that if we build a new wastewater plant and have to pay debt service on it, you're gonna have to raise your rates. To be able to tell people, well, we're subject to inflation and general inflation like everybody else, so we're gonna raise your rates every year by the CPI, will not go over well. It is very, very hard to explain, and we'll end up with being able to tell people, both businesses and residences, welcome to Lyons, where your utility rates will go up almost every year. I think that's terrible for business or Brickman, and I think residents won't understand it. I don't know of any other municipalities around here that do that for all of their funds. And there's a question asked that I think probably started all this discussion that I think has an answer to it. It's in Aaron's memo, but I couldn't tell if it was a rhetorical question or just raising the issue. But I'll go ahead and answer it. It's, why do we have a CPI increase in the wastewater fund, but we don't have it in the other funds? To me, there's a very clear answer for that. We run our own wastewater treatment plant. We provide the staffing, we contract out some parts of it, but we run our own plant, do our own treatment, and therefore we're subject to general inflation increases that happen for something that we operate. Whereas we don't generate our own electric power, so our power costs are determined by what Mean does, and it doesn't necessarily track inflation every year. Likewise, Longmont has a schedule of water rate increases that they didn't do on inflation. They did it to match their own predicted costs. It's basically a $1 a year in certain years and things. So that's why the wastewater treatment plant is different. The wastewater fund is different from the other funds, because we run our own wastewater plant, but we don't generate our own power or treat our own water. So there's good reasons for that. And I think it would be go over extremely poorly with the ratepayers, not really be explainable to them what we're doing. It would be a great departure from what we've done in the past, and it would give Lyons the reputation of a place where we always raise our utility rates every year. And I'm not willing to sign on to that. Adamantly opposed to doing it across the board.
Well, thank you. We have a discussion direction item later in the agenda tonight, so we'll talk about it some more. Trustee Gilman, did you have anything you wanted to add to the conversation?
So I think I agree with Trustee Browning that they need to be raised individually, not all the time, depending on what the needs are.
Brandon, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to circle back on the electric fund again and the noticing issues there, which I think is one of the reasons why it's not on electric fund. And then other communities I'm aware of which have municipal electric utilities, that some of them do have this type of CPI adjustment clause, but it's only ever for water and wastewater because of this. And it's because for the electric system, if you're going to raise rates, you have to provide at least 30 days notice, including a notice in a newspaper that you're going to raise rates. You have to identify all external customers and bill inserts that you're doing a rate increase. And then, you have to have a public hearing. And a lot of these types of CPI adjustments are done via resolution. They're like automatically kick in via resolution when there's not necessarily a public hearing. And so I think I wasn't here when the CPI thing was put in, but I think that's probably a big part of it, because it just doesn't fit, with that sort of enhanced notice requirements for electric.
And I would ask, should we do it on the water for the non-meter where it's already required? Or should we be looking at removing it? Right, in the water fund, it's for one subset, non-metered water rate payers, but not for metered.
What non-metered water ratepayers do we have left?
One. But we're supposed to do it, so.
No,
why
not for metered water, we're not supposed to.
I know, but for the non-metered rate, do we have to do that, or do we not?
If it's in the code, we either need to change the code or do it.
Right, that was the other part of this, should we be changing any of the code if we're gonna make changes one way or the other? Because now we have to do an ordinance, even though it's required every year. We still have to do an ordinance because we list the rate of wastewater in the municipal code. So we do have to do an ordinance, even though it's required every year. That was the other part of the second half of that.
Okay, well,
One quick historical note of that, Chairman Kerr, when he was trustee Kerr, made a motion, and there was a long discussion at a board meeting in 2015, I believe it was, to do it by resolution rather than ordinance. It was an extended discussion, and it was voted down. In fact, his motion to change it to a resolution rather than an ordinance, which would avoid the public hearing process, died for lack of a second. So that's been discussed and
Right,
didn't go
I
anywhere.
actually brought
Didn't go
that,
anywhere before.
I brought that forward as the chair of the UEB, and he may have been sitting on the board.
all right, well, we'll have time to talk about this more later. Okay, let's end the workshop and then we'll take a 10-minute break and start our regular meeting. Thank you, everybody.
They have an idea.
I didn't know it was gonna go like
You ready to go?
We were, well, that's it, you went.
Okay.
And then turned it into.
All right, everybody, welcome.
And passing.
Okay, thank you. Evening, everybody. I would like to call the November 18th Town of Lyons Board of Trustees meeting to order. Can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Rogan.
Present?
Mayor Pro Tem Williams.
President.
Trustee Henrik.
President.
Trustee Dottie.
Present.
Trustee Roll.
Present.
Trustee Browning.
Present.
And Trustee Delman.
Present.
Excellent. Please rise for the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. I'll read the land acknowledgement, then we'll take a reflective moment of silence. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Thank you, everybody. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Anything anyone would like to change?
Yes, I would like to, basically clarify the agenda by taking up the, delinquent sales tax, the proposed delinquent sales tax, policy as part of general business rather than consent. It ended up on the agenda in both places, but there are a few changes I intend to propose on that, so I would like to basically go with that in general business instead of consent agenda, so basically remove that from the consent agenda.
Okay.
I would move to remove that from the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, we'll vote on that amendment to the agenda.
Motion passes unanimously.
So item 2 is moved to general business. We'll just make that number 6, general business. Okay. And then I also would like to move to add a brief general business item, which would be general business item 7, and that is discussion direction to staff regarding the IGA workshop that we had earlier. Just a summary of what we discussed. Is there a second for that? Any discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote on that.
That motion passes unanimously.
All right. Anyone else? Okay, we'll vote on the agenda as amended.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you, everybody. Okay, now is the time for audience business. I believe there is a sign-up sheet. And so when your name is called, please approach the podium and give your name and address. And you will have 4 minutes. After everybody has an opportunity to speak, the board will have an opportunity to respond, and then staff will have an opportunity to respond. Just a reminder, as usual, we ask that you keep your remarks related to town business, and that you address the entire board versus one individual.
And first we have Kristen Francis, followed by Gil Sparks.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's me, Kristen Francis, part-time executive director of the Lyons Chamber of Commerce. In a unique and small town like
I'm
Lyons.
sorry, Kristen, could you give your street address?
Oh,
for the
sorry,
record?
431 Fifth Avenue across the
Thank
street.
you, thank you.
In a unique, can I start?
Yes, please.
In a unique and small town like Lyons, working collaboratively with businesses and organizations to increase their yearly revenue naturally pairs well with and necessitates communication, collaboration, advocacy, and traditional marketing and tourism efforts. You can't just understand the data on a P&L statement without considering external circumstances such as property taxes and the cost of doing business. on how to get customers inside your door. Introduction of the Chamber's first Sundays in Lions, a celebration of live music, fun, food, creativity, and our businesses reflects efforts to take all of the above into consideration while showing off our very unique town. I wanted to take a quick moment to express appreciation of your approval for a $250 a month contribution to the Lions Chamber's 2025 First Sundays in Lions events. In addition to the town's Cornerstone Chamber membership, the town's total projected contribution towards First Sundays events in 2025 is $4,500. Thank you. Where does the money go? To date, the Chamber has hosted 3 First Sundays in Lions events. The cost of supplies in my time for these 3 months is approximately $4,000. That does not include any paid marketing or advertising, nor does it include paying musicians properly at a rate of $150 per musician with an average of 6 musicians. I extrapolated that data to determine a very conservative estimate for the cost of a year's worth of First Sundays events. That number is $26,800. This, however, still excludes the cost of marketing and advertising, but it includes paying 6 musicians $150 per month, modest budget for supplies, and paying for my time at my current hourly rate. As you can see, this is an expensive commitment to collective success. Thank you for recognizing our efforts and contributions to the success of our businesses and local community. We welcome your time, efforts, and financial support always.
Thank you very much.
Next is Gil Sparks, followed by Jerry Johnson.
Good evening, everyone. Gil Sparks, 2169 Apple Valley Road. I'm here once again on behalf of Lions Community Foundation. Today, I can tell you we got our mailers in the mail. They will come in these delightful postal customer envelopes. We ask you don't automatically recycle them, but you open them up and you get our annual postcard, which features some of the things that Lions Community Foundation has been successful in this past year. And it also shows on the back some 24 individuals and businesses who helped us create a almost $20,000 matching fund to kick off this year's campaign. You will find a return envelope in there. So if you choose to support Lions Community Foundation, and the town has benefited from Lions Community Foundations for a number of your programs over the years, and we hope to continue to do that. But to do so, we need everybody's support, including the town and yours individually, and those in your network. So help us out, let's get our campaign going, and let's get that matching fund in the bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Jerry Johnson.
I'm Jerry Johnson, 238 High Street. I just came from the museum board meeting over at the Lions Redstone Museum. And I just found out from Kim that our request for an additional $500 over last year's grant was approved, so awesome. So that helps us, that all goes strictly to paying for employee wages at the museum. So we're open on the weekends in May every year, and then we're open daily June, July, August, and September. So with the museum wages taken care of, our individual donations, our gift shop sales, our yard sales down at 306 Evans, and artisan market sales, that helps us take care of all the utilities and stuff like that. That's what we definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right. Anyone care to respond, Trustee Almond?
Nothing.
I just say, in response to Jerry just now, that twice in the last few months, I've tried to dig into some old research on why the town has done things certain ways. The blue line and the 5-acre rule, both times I used the museum, and there were things there that you could find that you can't find anywhere else. They're not, Google doesn't know them, only the Lions Museum does. So, thank you for your assistance.
Can I add something else real quick?
Oh, sure.
So, all right. Exactly a year ago, we got this brand new museum board. So I don't know what they were getting into, but we had 10 radiators on the second floor. And 2 of them we kept. The other 8, we had to use a sawzall or a spike and a sledgehammer to cut them down, because they would have up from 10 ridges to like 2 or 3 ridges. So the only way we could carry them downstairs is to break them apart so they would have 2 or 3 ridges. So then Priscilla Cohan, she knew this art teacher at CU Denver, and she came up with a U-Haul and got all our radiators, and she and her art class melted them down, and we went down and watched them do it, the whole board. And then they put them in the molds, and we got a mold that says Lions Redstone Museum on it.
Oh, cool.
So that's real cool. So thanks, Priscilla. That was her last project. And then our metal roof on our storage shed in the back of the museum, it was leaking. So our poor museum board. So half our museum board, and then we had another 3 or 4 volunteers. We replaced that roof over 2 or 3 weekends. So we're making progress.
Good
Thank
work.
you.
Thank you, Jerry. Mayor Burton?
I'd like to speak to all 3, actually, if I may. I'd like to first just recognize Kristen Francis' efforts at the Chamber of Commerce. I've been happily attending meetings when I can, when time avails, and I really love what's happening on the first Sundays in Lions. I've spoken to many business owners who see the traffic, and actually one of them recommended today that maybe she has a clicker where she actually tracks pedestrians coming into the store, and she said that might be better than to track like transactions throughout the day. So she actually is keeping track of pedestrians coming in. So I think it'd be great if the chamber could maybe distribute clickers to every shop that's open on Sundays, just so we could track the increase in foot traffic. Because, you know, the board did agree to put some money towards this on top of our membership. That's how we get to 4,500, 1,500 for the membership and 3,000 for Main Street initiatives. And I know that next year when budget time comes around, we're gonna be looking to see that correlation between, you know, how much, I guess, an increase in sales tax and how much we've invested. So we're always looking for ways to support businesses, and I feel like this was a really easy way to do that. And so thankful for the chamber's initiatives here. And of course, LCF, I would encourage everybody to support the annual appeal. I love the generous philanthropy in this community. To see 24 contributors funding the $20,000 for the matching fund is pretty incredible. And I know there are monthly donors out there that give on a regular basis, but this is the year-end push. And when I see that the amount for community grants was doubled this year, and I see how many projects are being are getting an increase in revenue so that they can do more spectacular things, such as the drone show, for example. I'm just really grateful that LCF exists and just how generous our community is. And then Jerry, of course, we have Laverne over here and her throne and her portrait, and not a minute goes by do we forget her legacy. And I'm just so happy to see you like taking up that mantle and continuing like keeping history alive and keeping our archives accessible at the Redstone Museum. So just thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you. Trustee Hammer?
I would like to thank Kristen and Jerry for coming forth and just sharing with your efforts and for your both your organizations. But it dawned on me though, it would be interesting next year's budget discussion, because it seemed like we kind of shortfall the chamber potentially, or we could have found some more money. But it would be nice to have the requesters come forth and request that in person, just so we can understand in better detail as to where potential budget requests could go to. And then Gil, yeah, having attended the LCF function, what was that, last Sunday?
Yeah.
I walked away from that. I really never realized the breadth of grants that went out and to all those different organizations and what they used it for. So it was very enlightening for me. So I appreciate LCF's efforts in that. Thank you.
I don't have anything to add. I think everybody covered all the great things.
Same.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, we will move on to staff reports then, Boulder County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Sears.
Hello, good evening. Got our first flock, stolen vehicle recovery, success story, last Friday. Stolen truck came through town a couple times and our deputy Jeff Caton was up here, trying to find it, but he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, but then came back through and found it and followed it up past Blue Mountain up there and able to contact 3 people in it and made an arrest out of it too, so it was good thing for flock, so just wanted to share that. And speaking of stolen cars, they're starting to increase around the county. We just had one just right outside of town on North St. Vrain last, I believe it was Wednesday or Thursday night, so just remember to everyone to, don't leave your cars unlocked, don't puff your cars in the morning, don't leave things in your car, because it will get stolen, I promise you, one day, eventually, so. And we do have, so it's a different battle groups, battles beat auto theft through law enforcement. And that's headed by Colorado State Patrol, but they, like Denver, the metro area, they have like a full-time team with other agencies, but we're part of that. And every so often, once a month or so, give or take, they go out and do these battle ops where you get a good bunch of people from all around northern Colorado come in and just look for stolen cars, stolen plates, stuff like that. So hopefully, hoping we can get one up this way. I think they're in December, we'll have one in Lyons and Monmouth area, so that'll be nice. But, and then just for stats, our calls are up about 200 from last year. We're at like 280, or I'm sorry, 2489. Our November calls are down about 23 from last year. Tickets are up 104 from last year, and then we have 21 more this month than last month. We had 1 during the first 2 weeks last month, or last year, so. And then with, just with Flock still trying to, with all the cameras trying to compare the stats, but this year we had, November 1st through the 11th, we had just almost 104,000 cars coming into town. And that's just on 36 and 66. So now they had some issues for the camera. They have to place it on the other side of the road now. So they're still working on the one up on, Highway 7, and then, about 148,000 cars leaving town. So, and then, let's see, November 1st through 11th this year, we had just a little over 34,000 cars just coming into town from east of 66. And that's down almost 7,000 from last year. So still kind of trending down for some reason. Accidents, they haven't changed from last meeting, but we're at 38 versus 23 last year, and it's been over a month since we had one, so I'm hopefully
All right, any questions? Yeah, Trustee Lowe?
Yeah, talk to me about dog off leash enforcement. I know we have the Boulder County Animal Control Officer. When she visits here, is that sort of on a random basis, or is she responding to a need? Like maybe one of your officers has noted a lot of dogs off leash and she's called into.
Yeah, so most of the time it's just they're being proactive, and I think each day we have anywhere from 1 to 3, sometimes 4 animal control officers on for the whole county. So I think they just like I've heard Brandy the last few mornings out at Bone Park in the cemetery. So those are just kind of just random, or if they're high complaint areas, they'll go like Bone Park's always one of the high complaint areas. So they target those areas, but that also come up. They issued somebody in town a ticket last week for some animal violation that happened a while back.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because I got a call from that individual.
Oh, okay.
And that's basically the way I explained it to them, was that the animal control officer visits here sporadically, and you just have to be aware. I think it's a great policy. I think that's a way to do it. Do your officers, your deputies, I imagine that's sort of low on their list of priorities to enforce dogs off leash?
We do it. I did one not too long ago at Bone Park when we got a ton of complaints, and I went out there the next morning and got a guy that's done it like 500 times. So
Okay. All right, thanks for the clarification.
Anyone else?
Yeah, can I follow up on that and then ask a couple questions?
Yeah.
So I'm curious as to what the fine would be for, an animal off leash.
So it's $75, but with this general offense update, I'm trying to make all the fines the same, so it's not like, confused. I'm just trying to make it simpler for our deputies. And so I'm gonna propose, just like our general offenses or like our parks violations, stuff like that, first offense would be $150 plus the $35 surcharge, so $185.
I bet that'll help nip the problem.
No pun intended.
Uh-huh.
And then I have thank you for that. I have some follow-up questions from the Arts and Humanities Commission. So they were asking me, and I didn't have this in my notes from last time, have there been any recent reports of graffiti around town?
No.
That's what I thought.
It's been a while, actually.
I'm glad to hear that. That's such a relief.
The old McConnell.
Oh, yeah, but that was,
But
like, what some of it, someone wrote like, it was like in charcoal or something, but like the deer is watching. And then just a couple squiggly things and the stream gauge was hit again, but it's that ink or that paint pens or, and Crystal has these like graffiti wipes that just wipes it right off.
Oh, good.
But we still took a report, but it's
easily
it's
removed.
definitely not like it was last year, that's for
Right,
sure.
cool. And the next question from the Arts and Humanities Commission was, what are we doing, or how are you able to help us? How are we protecting our public art? For example, we have a sculpture on the corner of Main Street and Fourth, and these chairs were bent. They're artist by zinc, and one of them was that somebody obviously has stood on it and pushed forward on it, and we don't have any surveillance around there, I don't think. And so there were two questions around this. One was what are we doing to protect public art around town? And two, is the town insured? Does our insurance cover damage to public art? So two-part question.
Two-part questions. We would rely on the public to report any, messing around with public art. We did hear when the Bella renewal, we had heard that there were some kids there too, that not necessarily that they did it, but we did have someone report that there were kids messing around with that one. So we do rely heavily on that, and other than that, it would just be whatever is picked up by, business owners or people driving by. All of our artists sign an agreement with us that they know that they are responsible, that there's potential that their art could be damaged, and that is part of the lease agreement. So again, if it was tagged or something, we would certainly get up there and try to clean it off right away, but they all place it with a signed agreement, knowing that it could be damaged, and that's at their risk.
Okay.
And just to follow up on that too is, so that, I'm sorry, the eagle, or like the tail feather, didn't they, I think they found out that it ended up just like wear and tear, like the weather is what caused it, I guess, but, we saw deputies going out, we followed up on it, but, yeah, I would encourage the public, just, like I say all the time, if you see something, say something, right, like if it's suspicious, or you see some kids goofing around or climbing on stuff, or just not, just call us, that's what we're for. If you don't call us, and you send, the town an email, or you send me an email, then it's, 2 or 3 days later, and we're trying to follow up on it, it's kind of, at that point, it's kind of hard for us to really do anything, and everybody has a cell phone these days, and just take a, don't get too close, but all you can do is, you can just act like you're on the phone and take a video as you're walking, because then we can, everybody knows everybody in town, or if it's a kid, I just go to Deputy Roseborough and be like, hey, who is this? And he's like, oh, that's Johnny, so.
I think that's what everybody found a little surprising with the zinc chairs. There's in such a high profile area and such high visibility that nobody saw this happen. We wonder, is it the location that is too vulnerable, or was it during the middle of the night? I just don't know what we can do to protect our public art. That's the bigger question.
Well, then
what are we doing
next year? Hopefully, I think Director Cosgrove is working on implementing cameras throughout town. I read I think RFP, and there's quite a few cameras, and that's definitely going to be a huge game changer for sure. And hopefully, each year you can just keep adding to them. And but like Superior, they literally have like a command center in their substation. They have like 10 TVs they have tons of cameras, and that really helps them out a lot.
Is it focused on public art or is it just like a
It's
general?
everywhere. I couldn't even tell you how many cameras they have. They don't have a lot of public art down there, like up here though. But it's on their main areas, their parks, their problem areas, you know, stuff like that. So.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if business owners didn't have ring cameras.
Mm.
That would
Yeah,
catch
they
something
need to
like that.
report it first, and then they can seek out who might have a camera to it as a report, right?
Yeah, cause some of those, like I have Arlo cameras and I don't pay for like the extended, like, after 7 days it's gone. So, and a lot of even gas stations now, it used to be 30, I think everything retained like 30 days, but now it's like more, some places are 10, some places are 14, so.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.
Have a good evening.
You
Be safe.
And Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.
Okay, administrators report, please.
It's mostly, utilities for this 2 weeks, that were in your report, but there were some items staff were hoping to either see if you wanted to have as a future agenda or some guidance. We did have 2 water line breaks. Interestingly, within that 1 week where the temperatures dropped below 32, it wasn't even seriously cold, but 2 breaks. One up on Longs Peak and one right outside here on Railroad Avenue. Both have been repaired, but both appeared to not have been, the pipes had not been bedded appropriately, and rocks just make those breaks. We have had a couple of folks in our potential Lions planning area, our current Lions planning area, that are working on developments and have inquired about temporary electricity to their projects and then wanting to pursue permanent electricity to their projects. And when we bought the 2 water plants from Longmont and we knew that those were gonna come into our annexation area, they had said because Longmont serves power to those areas now, they had indicated that we could talk about it if we ever wanted to take over that electric service territory. And so now we have a couple requests for temporary power and then permanent power. And so staff would like to start those discussions with Longmont to see what the cost would be to bring those new businesses into our service territory. It may not be feasible, but it may be. And if one of those annexations has 24-hour service, it would be probably a good customer for us to have. So Erin is working on the temporary power with both Mr. Tamburello and the storage building that we are leasing to Spirit Hound that did not have electricity, and they would like to take electricity to it. So we're working on the temporary, but is there an interest in starting some discussions about service territory?
I would think yes.
Okay, all right, it's gonna start at the staff level and then we'll bring it, to you guys and then, UEB probably at some point. But this is all set out, of course, there's specific rules to follow and agreements, but it can be rather costly. Most agreements involve 10 years of what their potential revenue from that would have been.
Wow.
So we don't know that it will be feasible, but we'd like to start discussing it. Great. The second one is a little more concerning. This is regarding Vasquez Court and their fire hydrant flows. They are showing that currently at the 20 PSI of pressure, that it is not reaching the desired level of fire protection that the Fire Protection District wants for that residential housing. So we had our engineer take a look at what it would maybe cost to do some form of a pump station. The pump station would be at the elevation Fifth and Steamboat, yeah, I was gonna say kind of near the general industrial side on Fifth. But really
broad numbers, came in at $500,000 to do so. Basically, what the fire department is saying is they are not comfortable with approving additional development above on Vasquez, unless an owner has a cistern or another type of ladder system that they could use in an emergency till they could get a pumper truck. So, we think this probably should go on either a workshop or a, general business item to start talking with the board about this, because here's another significant cost. I know Trustee Browning has done significant research on the blue line and will be able to provide us some insight in how did houses get allowed to be built there, when fire protection was not adequate.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that'll make a good agenda item.
So the flow's at 20 PSI now. Was it acceptable at some point? And then has it just degraded over time or?
I would say we hadn't adopted the code. Currently, I don't know what year it went to 1,000 gallons per minute for residential. It's the 5 years back that I can say, talking to the fire department, they have wanted that. At that time when that was developed, I don't know if they would have said that. Going back, I haven't seen any flows in any of the earlier reports that show over 1,000. They were above 500, which we've had other places, and so that, you know, they can still fight a fire there. This is really there now, just the limit they want to put in and say, if you're gonna do development, you have accepted the 2021 International Fire Code, and it says 1,000 gallons per minute. Okay, so it's really just a legal stipulation of where they are at.
Okay.
And then I point out, as you know, it on Indian Lookout Road, we don't have water service. It's in town. And so you have to have cisterns there. So there are already places that have cisterns in town because of lack of firefighting ability.
Well, fires would be fought, but in a rural mode, you know, versus what they're used to in 1,000 PSI town.
A question about the fire district not signing off on any building permits.
Mhm.
There aren't any vacant lots up there, right? But.
Well, we
they
do
not-
have an addition
Would
right
they
now.
not sign off on a, what about adding a outbuilding or?
ADU.
There's an addition that wanted to go in.
That's
that
what
they
prompted
didn't
this.
want to allow that. And part of that was then also with sprinklers, there was discussion, do you add a sprinkler, but it didn't seem worthwhile. I don't know if it's specifically economics or the fact of firefighting ability also, that sprinkling just in addition to a structure that's not sprinklered didn't make sense.
What level of remodel would it take to create a problem there? Somebody wants to
Anyone who needs a building
redo their
permit.
basement or something like that, that's not gonna change any.
Right, we've had any additions that I don't have a specific solid line of, you know, going to the fire department, but I've set it up at any additions that go on, any changes to the outside structure that would go to the fire department, or any new structures go to the fire department. Remodeling inside your basement doesn't go to the fire department.
Maybe it would be helpful if you want to come, if you have a list of questions,
Not just,
to send them on to staff, and then we'll have a
I think we should
discussion
have a
on it.
workshop and hear
Yeah.
about the blue line and how these homes were
Yeah.
originally designed.
there's a lot of information about water pressure in the subdivision files that Clerk Vasquez found for me. There's a lot of stuff in there.
Okay,
That engineer said it would meet it.
The engineers, the town signed off on it at the time.
Yep,
Okay.
they did.
already.
And then, we also just, as we've been going through budgeting this year, and looking for efficiencies, one of the things we have discovered is that we are still sending out over 500 paper bills a month. That's over half our customers. And we would like to, during the fee schedule, just talk about what it's currently costing and, if we would like to do what most neighboring communities are doing now, and that is you go electronic upon, you know, sign up, and you pay a little bit more if you want a paper copy, or find an angel who will pay for those paper copies or something, but of course, there could be exceptions for people who meet our low income or whatever, if you want that, but we want to talk about that because that is, it's much more staffing than we realized and cost to run that every month, so we'd like to bring that up if you guys are open to that when we talk about fee schedules.
You mentioned the link, but I will tell you, there are people in town that don't have computers and don't have emails.
Yeah, we'll talk about it during
Yeah,
that
for
discussion.
sure. We understand there's always a few exceptions, but in general, that is the direction, almost everything's going. And then, you could see that the fire department has had an update on the community wildfire protection plan. They're starting to get some modeling back, starting to take the next steps toward developing a draft version. And then, Erin included a little, a segment up on Ewald, that the owners would like to pursue undergrounding their electric. And so this is another one that, not sure if that needs board guidance or approval, or if we, at the staff level, are able to just work with people to do this.
To underground the distribution line.
Has anybody talked to any of the people on the next block of Ewald to see if there's interest in doing both of those that border on the open space?
Up along that goes on what Ewald Alley or the back. So
Yeah.
this one is sort of in front of the houses that border the open space. The other one is behind it. I haven't talked to them. I did go up and just look. A number of those, 3 or 4 already are undergrounded, the services. There are 4 houses up there that would need their service undergrounded. And then we could also look at doing the distribution line. So we can reach out. I did think this might be a good example of showing that, hey, these homeowners all were willing to do their service, so the town did the distribution line. We can go to others with that example.
Yeah.
That is one of the higher fire risk parts of
It is,
town.
yeah.
So,
Trustee Lowell and I were up above there last week and I just said, if Ewald's a 2-block street there and good to do both blocks instead of one, but if it's
Trustee
possible.
Dati?
well, I'm just curious about the wildfire mitigation task force here, or the ad hoc committee. I believe we budgeted, was it $500 per resident who wanted to do fire mitigation around their property?
But that's separate.
That's
We're looking for
that's
separate
different.
Specific actions.
Well, I'm just wondering if undergrounding could be included in
There's
those.
$100,000 in the budget for undergrounding.
Because I feel like this would accomplish one of those goals, right, when it comes to wildfire
Okay,
mitigation.
yeah, so the $500 match for Wildfire Partners. Wildfire Partners certifies that somebody has done this work, so staff doesn't have to. I think that I think continue talking to the neighbors and see what you can come up with and
Bring it back.
Bring it back to us, yeah. And in the meantime, you know, maybe we can all be kind of thinking about how can we encourage more neighborhoods to do undergrounding.
And then, today they were supposed to start street sweeping. I don't know if
Some,
did they get it? Awesome, great. So they're starting on the north side of town. We really encourage residents to get your cars off when they come by because all those leaves that stay on the road end up in the storm drain and end up in the river. So they're starting on the north side of town, hope to be midweek on Main Street and South. So we just really want to thank people for moving their vehicles and encourage them to do so this week if they can. And then there is a bunch of activities coming up that we just want to make sure everybody's aware of. We are going to have an Urban Renewal Authority meeting this Thursday. We have had a request from developers on requesting a meeting to have an initial discussion with the board. There is also next week, Thanksgiving Day and the Friday following, town hall will be closed. On the night of November 30th, which is Saturday, 29th. Oh, I have that not wrong in there. 29th, so it is Friday night. There will be what we're trying to make an annual tree lighting ceremony in Sandstone Park. Caroline, hot chocolate, just get people in the holiday spirit.
And, that will be at 5 p.m. And then December 7th is a big weekend in our community, the holiday market, the artisan market at the elementary school, both Saturday and Sunday, 10 to 4. On Saturday night at 6 is the Parade of Lights. And then this year we are going to follow that up. When the parade is done, approximately 10, 15 minutes after that, there will be a drone show instead of fireworks. But the drone show will be, if you want to see immediately under it, you'll have to go over to Bone Park. You should be able to see it from all over town, but the eagles are back in nesting, so it's not an option in Laverne. And there's a fall zone, they can't be over, so it'll be over Bone Park, and we hope everyone comes and enjoys something different from fireworks with And us. so is the parade at 6 or 6:30?
6:30.
6:30, yep, okay.
6:30, line up at 6, I think.
Yeah.
Line up at
Line
6.
up at 6.
Okay, great.
And it's usually a half hour, 40 minutes. And so directly after that, we'll wait just a few minutes and start the drone show.
Do we know if we have a lot of entries already for the parade?
We have 18 currently.
That's pretty good for November.
They'll start doing some more outreach this week.
Typically, we have how many entries?
Low to mid 30s, 32. to
So we're about
37.
halfway there.
Mhm. There's a
Anyone?
few famous ones who have not entered yet.
Oh, goodness.
The dancing group,
Uh-huh,
you know
uh-huh,
them?
uh-huh,
Bears.
Some bears.
uh-huh.
Those two.
All right, any questions for Administrator Simonson?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So you brought up the Tamburello property.
Mhm.
It's kind of been like radio silence from there. I know they're doing stuff there. Have we seen plans? Have they pulled
Oh, yeah.
permits? Have they been
Yeah.
given, has any of the
Yeah.
stuff been given to the boards and commissions? We haven't seen any plans, have we?
Did not submit a
We do not
development-
have a firm
development
plan set.
plan.
You do, you don't?
We do not.
Everything they've done so far has been able to be done via,
They're looking at the utilities that would all need to be done first because they would need the infrastructure utilities before they could even look at their own services. So they are working with JVA, who's also working for Tamburello on what could be done for the full water and wastewater build out that would be required out there along the right of way before the development. I think that they've shown us high level scope documents of a possibility, but it was really just a drawing. I haven't seen anything more than just a sketch of what they
Yeah.
might.
Because
And that-
the
they'll share that with you
last time we
first.
heard, it was gonna be a glamping, camping, RV, they were,
Yeah,
they,
maybe Administrator Simonson, I think, has an answer for you.
they'll present that on Thursday.
oh, okay, so it's part of the.
All right.
They have two,
Just to know that.
they have two projects. They also own
The
402
agenda for
Main
that
Street.
comes out in a day or so.
Okay,
Yeah, it should be today. We were waiting to see who the LLC at 402 Main Street is going to be. But there's gonna be discussion about both 402 Main Street, where the fire was, and as well as their properties out in the eastern corridor.
okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Matt.
Two quick questions. Apple Valley Water Treatment Plant, is
Yes.
it listed yet?
I have reached out to all the realtors. I've heard back from 2 that they have an interest in posting that for us, and they do. And so I'm kind of deciding, how do you want us to go about choosing realtors? Is that a staff decision? You okay with that? Based on shared rates and
I think
things?
that's what we did last time.
Yeah.
You gotta put their names in the hat and draw one, but
Okay, so far we've had 2 demonstrate some interest, and Brandon's firm is working on that, some form of a legal description for the access easement, so that, because when people hear that that's going to happen, they want to know, where is it gonna be, what's it look like? So we're working on
there's
that.
already an easement down there, so I'm not even sure it adds to the property that's, because the ditch company has an easement on the bottom part
A
of the property.
utility
anyway, right?
easement
So
on
anyway,
the other side, yeah.
okay. Second question, anything further from Boulder County Housing Authority about the Seward Street property?
Seward, they're in their due diligence period. I think they gave themselves a short time. I think it was only 30 days.
They have it under contract.
Mhm. And they're doing due diligence on the property and the utilities and zoning. So, that, I think we should hear something here in the next week or two. Yeah.
They're set to close by the end of this year. That's,
This year?
that's the
And we
contract.
can, maybe we can ask on Thursday.
Yeah, I'd like a status report to more on that.
Sure.
Keep us informed on that, because it's
Of
important.
course, of course. Trustee Gotchi?
Yeah, well, and, trustee Browning, Bill Cole was on a Boulder County Regional Housing, quarterly meeting the other day, and he mentioned it, and he said something about in December, closing in December. So, the last question I wanted to ask was just the next event on here, because I feel like our calendars are getting pretty full for December. Do you happen to know when the volunteer appreciation event will take place?
It is either going to be December 9th or 10th.
Okay.
That is to be determined. We're waiting for the business owner to, staff reached out to about 6 different businesses to see if they wanted to host us. And people, some have been more timely getting back than others, so we are working on
It was
10th or the
everything
11th. Was it 9th or 10th?
Yeah, when we have everything now, so,
Oh, you do know?
yeah. this
Which day?
afternoon. Everybody's.
Oh, everybody, so now we have to decide. But we're looking at the 9th or 10th. And it will be like 5 to 7.
Got it. Start saving the date for December.
Yeah, I know, it gets busy. There was also an updated financial, report in the packet. Cassie, I don't know if you want to go through that, or if you just, anyone have any questions regarding that?
Questions regarding the finance update?
Sales tax was up. Cassie, do you just want to make a few highlights? This is for September sales.
Yeah, sales tax was up about 8% from last year, although we did see about $11,000 in late sales tax payments for the month. So if we kind of remove those, it would have been about 2% higher. Year to date, though, we are 6.8% higher than last year, which is about $91,000. So not too bad. And then most everything is, nothing else is really concerning. I did include as a new page in the handout is the local marijuana tax historical revenue, so that you can see that as well. But other than that, nothing else really to report.
Okay.
Quick
Questions?
question.
Yes.
I think we talked about this during budget, but the local marijuana tax is following the state trend and going down. What do we assume in next year's budget for the marijuana tax portion? We just include that with overall sales tax.
I include it with overall sales tax.
And we project, what was it, a 2% increase?
2%, yeah, over 2024 projections, which we were conservative with, and I think we did 3, and right now we're at 6. So.
But that includes the collection fee, so we're really at about 3, right? Somewhere. If you take out the difference in the management fee, or whatever you call it.
Yeah. Oh, the vendor fee. Yes. Yes, we're probably about 3, but overall, that still would include the vendor fee, and it's still a conservative projection. So 2% over the conservative projection.
Thank you.
And I am hearing that the business that's in the county is closing this week, so that may push a few more customers to purchase in line.
Thank you so much, Director Eisdorf. Legal update. Thank you, Administrator.
Oh, thank you. So just a couple updates for the board tonight. First, the memo that was requested on the ADU legislation from last year. I sent that to you this afternoon. So if you read through that and have any questions, just let me know. But it's very similar to what we've talked about in the past in terms of that bill's impact. A couple other things that we've been working on legislation wise. There's a new wireless bill that's percolating that could further restrict our ability to control wireless devices. And so we're working on that and trying to scale that back and hopefully not be as preemptive as some of the past legislation has been. There's also been a lot of talk about wildfire stuff for electric utilities and liability limitations. So we're working with CAMU and PRPA and all the other electric partners on that one. So we'll keep you updated if anything else comes up, but it's that time of year again where legislators are starting to float around their bills and get feedback on them. So stuff is popping up every day.
I don't think any of us got the ADU memo.
Oh, okay. I will make sure it got sent because I thought I'd sent it like noon today.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, any questions for Attorney Dittman? No, all right. Let's move on to ordinance and public hearing. So tonight, public hearing is public comment on adoption of the 2025 budget, which includes 2 resolutions. Attorney Dittman, do you want to talk about the process for this for us?
Sorry, I was on mute. So budget, the first one, approving the budget, does require a public hearing. And so it's somewhat unique in terms of being a resolution that requires a public hearing. So, but it'll be presentation from staff, any questions, public hearing, rebuttal if necessary by staff, and then going into motion, second discussion, vote.
Okay, and does the same thing happen for 2024-99?
No, not for the appropriations, just for the budget.
Okay, so we don't have a public hearing for the appropriations.
Not for appropriations. I mean, the budget is as one of the public hearing, the one that people care about, because it really does set what the appropriations are.
Okay, yeah, the heading was a little confusing there. Okay. So, first item is resolution 2024-98, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, summarizing revenues and expenditures for each fund and adopting a budget for the town of Lyons, Colorado for the calendar year 2025. Who would like to kick us off?
Well, Cassie did the majority of work, so we'll let her do it.
I am pleased to present a balanced proposed budget for the town of Lyons for 2025. I would like to thank the public for their input. That survey is definitely increasing in popularity, and it's nice to see involvement from the community. I also want to thank staff for their involvement in helping me develop this budget. Definitely couldn't do it without them. And then, of course, the Board of Trustees for some really great conversations and great workshops. I was really pleased with how those went. So with that, I do have a staff memo that discusses the changes that were made to the proposed budget from the draft that was posted and given to the trustees on October 15th. So I'm just going to kind of read through this memo to discuss all the various changes that were not in the draft that are now in the proposed budget. The first one is a decrease in revenue in the general fund by about $66,500, and that's to account for the board's decision to not increase property tax revenue for 2025 and to freeze the mill levy at the 2024 level due to the rising costs and rising property tax bills for property owners. There's also decreased capital expenses in the general fund of $122,000 to remove the stream bank restoration construction grant match since the grant was not awarded. Increased expenses in the general fund by approximately $22,800 for salaries, payroll taxes, and benefits to update a part-time position to a full-time building inspection and code compliance position. Increased expenses in the general fund by $32,000 to add a substance abuse community grant to be paid by local marijuana tax collected by the town. Increased expenses in the general fund by $3,000 for Main Street initiatives to support the Lyons Chamber events. Increase in expenses in the general fund by $500 to meet the Redstone Museum total budget request. Increase in expenses in the general fund by $6,000 for Boulder County Sheriff block camera costs. Increase in expenses in the general fund to add $5,000 for an ADU rebate program. Increased expenses in the Parks and Conservation Trust funds by a total of $23,500 to split fund the expenses of the stream bank restoration in LMJ Park. Capital projects were also reprioritized to address the safety concerns and prioritize prioritize this project. So there are certain capital projects that are no longer budgeted to move forward at this time. Increased revenue in the water and wastewater fund by approximately 28,500 to account for a CPI increase in the wastewater rates as required by the town's municipal code. A couple of additional items is all funds currently have a projected fund balance and a reserve of more than 3 months of operating expenditures. I will point out the additions of operating expenditures in the general fund did increase the required reserve for the year, but it does leave approximately 19,000 remaining after the reserve requirement is met. This is still sufficient and is projected that the town will receive more revenue in 2024 than budgeted, so that will provide an additional cushion for the 2025 budget year. All of the funds are using prior fund balances for operation, or sorry, the following funds are using prior fund balances: the general fund, electric fund, water and sanitation, parks and recreation, and conservation trust. Most of these will be used to cover capital expenditures or debt service, with the exception of the parks and recreation fund. Total 2025 budgeted expenditures are about 9.5 million, and the capital and debt account for 1.8 million of total expenditures. Operating expenditures are about $7.1 million, and personnel accounts for about 36% of that. The budget does include a 3% increase in staff salaries for CPI, and the budget also includes a $50,000 assignment on fund balance from the general fund for the flood set-aside clawbacks, and also a $100,000 transfer from the general fund to the capital projects fund for street improvements as identified in the pavement assessment. And with that, I will open it up for any questions.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your work on this.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, who has questions for Director Eystone? Can you, I have one question. Can you remind us, after this $50,000 set aside for potential clawbacks, what is the balance of that clawback fund going to be?
It will be, I believe it's 850,000. Let me just check really quick.
And I think our goal has always been $1 million. It's always been $1 million. So we're getting very close.
Yes, we are getting very close. Oh, at the end of 2024, there's going to be 850,000. So after this 2025, there'll be 900,000.
Great. 900. 950. Oh, no, 900.
No,
She said
900.
900 after this. Okay, great. So just a couple more years and then just. Yeah, keep our fingers crossed, and some board in the future is gonna have a nice little windfall to do some good projects. Okay. If there are no questions, then I will open the public hearing. Anybody like to address the board about the 2025 budget?
I think Laverne was the last one that ever showed up live.
I don't hear anything back there. Okay. I will close the public hearing and entertain the motion.
I move to approve resolution 2024-98, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, summarizing revenues and expenditures for each fund and adopting a budget for the town of Lyons, Colorado for the calendar year 2025.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, I'd like to acknowledge this effort that began under the last board trustees around requesting public input. And I'd also like to applaud our residents for giving us their input. It's really valuable, and I love this initiative. However, I really liked what Trustee Hamrick had to say earlier about requesting some beneficiaries, such as the Redstone Museum or the Chamber of Commerce. I don't know if there are others, but to make a formal request or come in person to explain what their needs are and why. So I think that would be good to increase the amount of public input by asking those specific organizations.
And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, during our budget workshop, we did have Leaf come in to talk to us.
Mhm.
And I did, that opportunity is open to anybody who is making a budget request.
And the museum submitted one.
Yeah,
The
they
museum
submitted
submitted
the,
one.
I think it was usually just more because of our timing, for those requests. We could certainly ask for, if nothing else, a written request, which they usually make to the staff. And we've made those on their behalf. And then, I just lost my train on that one. They could do a written request and then kind of a written annual report or something, or how they plan to use it. But this one, this year was unique, so we didn't want them to come in.
Trustee Brennan?
Yeah, I want to comment on a couple of items in the budget. One is that there's a $20,000 item in there for wildfire mitigation, which was a little bit less than was budgeted this year, but roughly what has been spent this year. I think that could prove to be low. We've discussed trying to coordinate wildfire mitigation risk payments of $500 with the Boulder Wildfire Program. There weren't very many people in town that participated. We're just in the initial stages of looking at that, and depending on how many people participate, actually, it would be a good thing to have to come in sometime during next year and increase that line item, because a lot of people have participated. I think that would be a good thing. And then there is a wildfire mitigation task force that Trustee Lowell and I are both working on, and we've been talking about some potential mitigation projects up on Corona Hill and back behind the Lions Valley Park townhomes, and don't have anything specific to suggest yet, but it's possible that those two things, both the individual home mitigation and some of the area mitigation on the edges of town, could present a need to bump that $20,000 up, but because none of those things are really concrete yet, I don't have any motion to make it this time for that, but just I'll make a note that may need to go up at some time during the year. And I don't think there'll be much resistance to doing wildfire risk mitigation of that type. And then secondly, just a comment on the utility rates that are in there, because the UEB did discuss those with respect to the 2025 budget as they were requested to do. And the UEB's actual recommendation, although the discussion was maybe 10 minutes long, was actually to do CPI increases for all four of the funds in 2025. The only one that's actually in there, I believe, is the CPI increase that's in the code already for the wastewater fund, and it's discussed at our workshop. It's the wastewater fund. The town runs its own wastewater treatment plant. It doesn't run. It doesn't generate its own power or treat its own water, and therefore what happens in the water and the electric is often dependent on what Longmont charges for the water and what mean charges us for the electric power they generate. This budget doesn't include CPI increases for those two funds. And I think one of the reasons for that we discussed and Director Kaplan presented information during the budget workshops on was that in the electric fund, a $96,000 annual payment note was paid off in 2023. And so it would take some explaining, I think, to tell ratepayers why you're increasing your rates when you just got a $96,000 cash flow bump from paying off a note. And similarly, in the water fund, a $306,000 a year note was paid off last year. And the same issue would be presented of, gee, why are you increasing our rates if your cash flow just improved by $306,000? That doesn't mean that there aren't some vital needs in both the electric and water funds for some major projects. There are, but the fact that, at least to start with, the cash flow in both of those funds increased to those note payoffs explains in part why there aren't CPI increases included in the budget, and I'm not proposing to put them in.
And we do have that later on the agenda.
Right, and to some extent, yeah, and but that's more of a, do we do that in the code for the future versus the 2025 budget? And the other thing about the 2025 budget, the fourth fund is the stormwater fund, which has always been a $10 flat monthly fee since it was begun in roughly 2006, 17, I believe is when it started. And that one, there's not an increase in there either, but that one we have put off for future discussion. How to use the big half-cent sales tax increase. It's being set aside and kept in a separate fund. And stormwater and street projects are a primary area of focus for that. And so it seems to me that not putting a CPI increase in there right now for that would basically leave our options open sometime during the coming year of if we decide on what major project to do, and if it does involve a lot of the stormwater fund, at that time, we may want to decide to look at the stormwater fund and determine if an increase is needed with respect to a particular big capital project, as opposed to what would be a fairly small CPI increase. So I think there's a reason to postpone a potential CPI increase in the wastewater fund. So I have no motions or changes to make in that respect. I just wanted to put those comments into the record as to why this budget has a CPI increase only in the one wastewater fund.
Thank you, appreciate it. Trustee Hammer?
Just a quick comment. I want to thank staff for all the work they put in to do this. This is my first budget I've gone through and kind of expected to be looking in there for hidden surprises. And really, I think you guys did a great job and just, really getting it lean and mean budget. And I think you probably do that every year, but I was just appreciate it. It was a pretty painless process, I thought. So thank you.
It was painless for us, maybe not for staff.
Fair enough, fair
We
enough.
appreciate that. Anyone else? Director Eisner? And then.
I did want to mention that there is actually 40,000 in the budget for wildfire mitigation. That is split funded between the general fund and parks fund.
Okay,
So you have a little bit.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Mitchell?
Sure, and I was gonna echo that as well, but, we are not eligible, or we haven't been for state funding for wildfire until we have a CWPP, which we started that grant last year. Karen's working with Lions Fire Protection. So once that's finalized, probably by the end of the year, we got half that funding from Boulder County. We should then be eligible to apply for state and other county funding and hopefully leverage that 40,000, if that helps.
Hopefully it's still there.
And then the other thing is, to Trustee Daddy's point, and I think Trustee Hamlet's about community support. We used to, and I'm sorry, it's kind of fallen off the radar, but we used to do a graph that kind of showed the community support of different areas that the town has supported. So I think we could maybe add that to next year, which might just help. Those are my two thoughts.
Thank you. If nobody else has any additional comments, I'll call for the vote. Any last thoughts?
I guess my last thought is around that dollar bill proposition to show how property taxes are divided up. I just don't want to forget that.
Right, yeah,
That's all.
okay, great. I'll call for the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Fantastic, thank you, everybody. Next, we have resolution 2024-99, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, appropriating sums of money to the various funds in the amount and for the purpose as set forth below for the town of Lyons, Colorado for the 2025 budget year. Director Isom?
There is no staff memo for this one. This is kind of a formality, and it just sets the appropriation for each fund.
Any questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve resolution 2024-99, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, appropriating sums of money to the various funds in the amount and for the purpose as set forth below for the town of Lyons, Colorado for the 2025 budget year.
Second?
Also,
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. So we have a budget. Congratulations.
Thank you all.
Okay, next up, we have first reading of ordinance 1177, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending Article 4 of Chapter 13 of the Lyons Municipal Code for the purposes of increasing the service rates and charges for wastewater utilities serviced by the Consumer Price Index.
This is a pretty straightforward ordinance. It's to increase the rates and charges by 3%, which is what the CPI rate adjustment for 2025 would be. It would bring an additional 28,500 in revenue to the wastewater enterprise fund. And it is the increase that has been talked about before that's required by the Lyons Municipal Code. Found it?
Okay, questions for Director Kaplan? I have a question. So what does this mean to the ratepayer? Like, how much will they see their bill go up, either percentage wise or dollar wise, if you have an average or some idea?
You can see I haven't looked into it, again, that it was just what was required by the code versus looking at the actual funds to see what would be needed. Right, we didn't look at it compared to the expense or the deficit there either. 3%, well,
I know, I could figure it out.
$1, so the base rate would go up $1 each month, just about.
So $12.
And then the 1,000 gallons also $1, and the average wastewater is 3,000 gallons, so it looks like $4 a month.
$4 a month. I think that's just good for the public to have some idea. Trustee Brennan?
The total revenue deduct from both base rate and usage rate would be about 30,000, is that right?
Yes.
Any other questions? This is first reading.
Let me do this as a question to Director Eystone, because there was some discussion this afternoon. Director Eystone, could you explain where the CPI figure comes from? And I'm gonna address that with a proposed amendment in a minute, but would you go through that process?
Absolutely. The CPI rate comes from the Colorado State Office of Planning and Budgeting. They do economic forecasts quarterly, typically. Sometimes they do them a little bit more, but this one came from their September 19th report. And that's what I have always used for all inflationary projections in my entire budgeting career in Colorado. So it's a very reliable source. They have great economists that are definitely in tune with the Colorado economy. So that's where that rate came from. Great question.
And have they been fairly accurate over the years? I know they do a projection for the following year, which is what our code envisions. Has it been pretty close most years?
Yes, I would say it's been very close. And you know, one of the good things that we have is that I would say, with the exception of the year where we saw the 7% increase or CPI in the sevens, obviously that was not foreseen by many at all. That's probably the largest one that I've ever seen. But yeah, I would say they're pretty close.
Any other questions? Okay, I would entertain a motion. Did we miss them?
No, I was thinking of a second copy.
Sorry, okay. Trustee Dasty?
I move to approve ordinance 1177, an ordinance increasing the wastewater utility rates on first reading and to schedule a public hearing and second reading.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion, Trustee Browning?
Yes, as we just heard, Director Eystone has used the Colorado Office of State Planning and Budgeting economic and fiscal outlook to determine the CPI projections. And if you'll notice in the municipal code, it's actually codified and it's in the LMC. It says, use the estimated consumer price index as established by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics for the Denver Boulder metropolitan area. Well, to give credit where credit is due, a citizen pointed out in an email to Trustee Lowell and I that particular CPI index is defunct. It's no longer used, but it's still in our municipal code, so we need to replace it with something else. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics also does a CPI index for what is now called the Boulder, Aurora, Lakewood area. But if you look online at what's included, what areas included there, it gives a list of counties.
that are included in that area that they're projecting, and Boulder County is not in it. So if we continue to use this particular measure that's specified in the municipal code, not only is the one in there defunct, no longer published, but the one that kind of substituted from the Department of Labor doesn't include our area. So that's probably not the best CPI index to use. And given Director Eyestone's familiarity with and reliance in the past on the Colorado Office of State Planning and Budgeting Economic and Fiscal Outlook, it would be my proposal that we amend that reference in the municipal code to reference the consumer price index as established by the Colorado Office of State Planning and Budgeting Economic and Fiscal Outlook as of the date the Lions annual budget is adopted. And I propose that as an amendment to subsection E, 2E, excuse me, of the ordinance.
Wouldn't that require a separate ordinance to adjust the municipal code?
Let's let Attorney Tippman answer that question.
I mean, it's kind of in a gray area because I would prefer it in a separate ordinance because it's something that kind of, you know, it's different than just increasing the rates by CPI. It's declaring a new CPI measure. And we could do it in separate ordinance fairly easily. And I agree with the concept, but I just don't know whether our noticing would be proper with this type of a change.
Well, and I would imagine too that if we're gonna reference that source for this, yeah, well, we would need to change, yeah. I think if we're gonna change it, we should change it across the board. So
Yeah, I'm not sure where all else in the code that same index is used. I haven't.
Well, it may
looked
be,
at it.
yeah, it may not be now and it may be used somewhere in the future, so.
Could we propose that we bring forward a first reading to reflect your amendment if it passes? And then the second reading of this would be out 4 weeks instead of 2 weeks and do them at the same time.
That would be okay.
So that the CPI you are adopting is under the new ordinance.
Are you okay with that?
That should work because it becomes effective next year, so.
They both will, because even after they're adopted, and if that isn't until December 16th, there's 30 days before it goes into effect, so it wouldn't go into effect till the February wastewater bill.
Closest we can get then, yeah, but I think that change does need to be, and that's fine, yeah.
So we'll gear up a first reading to change if this passes. Okay.
So I'll second that. Any further discussion on the amendment? Let's put in the amendment.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Any other amendments or discussion? All right, we'll vote on first reading of 1177 as amended.
Motion passes unanimously.
Ready?
A question for clarification, was the amendment for to kick this out 2 weeks, or what was the amendment for?
The amendment, oh, no, it won't.
It was basically
To amend.
change that reference in this.
To amend the LMC code to reference the CPI for the Colorado Office of.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I'd ask that we redo that.
Oh, no,
I don't understand because this is an ordinance.
Yeah,
So why can't we amend an ordinance that we have an ordinance in front of us?
Yeah.
Because it's a separate topic. It's substantively different from just increasing the rates by CPI. You're changing what the measure of CPI is.
The CPI of the US Bureau of Labor is in the ordinance, so we're proposing to change that. It's not a separate topic, it's directly related to this topic. I don't see why you have to do it separately. If you want to do it, we can do it, but it's in an ordinance and we're changing the ordinance.
Yeah,
we
went through
this discussion.
We could spot it if we wanted to, you know, I mean, shoot, that'd be a change. We'd have to do that by separate ordinance.
Then why we just have, I'm confused because we just had a discussion about gearing up a second ordinance. Is it?
Yeah.
We will for that, and then at the second reading of 1177, it will be in place. For the new one.
So the second ordinance that we're talking about is an ordinance that directs us when we talk about CPI to refer to the specific office.
Yes.
And by the time we reach second reading of this
That-
ordinance, 1177,
That will be
that will
also
have been in place.
the same night.
So,
It might not be able to go into effect for 30 days. I mean, we may have to even push back our increase for another 30 days till the Office of Planning is in effect. But if it's defunct and that office that's in the LMC doesn't exist, what are you to do?
We have to amend it. I mean, I agree with the concept. I just, whether it's part of this ordinance or a separate one, seems to be talking both. So
Well, it is part of that same chapter.
the same chapter. I don't disagree. Yeah.
yeah, trustee Hammer.
Yeah, I'm looking at the code and there's two places where it's referenced. And I'm just looking at going, can we just say in accordance with the CPI and leave it at that and not worry about what the source is and leave that to.
No, the
It
CPIs might
varies.
change.
There's a lot of different, you can find a lot of different CPI indexes.
Understand, but that's, all those could potentially change. I'm just trying to get our code to be less specific and we don't
Yeah,
get.
but I think it needs to be specific.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Would this be, may I speak? Would it be an option, Brandon, to table tonight then and bring forward at our next meeting an ordinance to amend the chapter and include both the new CPI location and rate?
Yeah, I think we can do that. I mean, it does show up in the parks regulations as well. And so we may need still a separate ordinance, but if we want to change it throughout.
So can we motion to table it, not to, we don't need a date certain, correct?
You already
You
took
need a
it.
date certain.
Not if we're gonna drop this totally and bring forward an amendment to the chapter.
You could vote this down. That'd be the other
Or
option.
just table it indefinitely and then bring it back up.
You can't table it. You have to table to a date certain always. You can't table something indefinitely. If you table indefinitely, it dies.
What does he suggest?
What if we move to continue it until the next meeting?
Yeah,
I think that's probably the easiest thing to do.
And then bring them both forward separately.
I move to continue this particular ordinance until the December 2nd meeting and bring forward whatever additional ordinances may be deemed appropriate by the town attorney at that time.
all right, I'll second that. Any discussion on that?
Particular to ordinance 1177. That's the
Yes.
one, that's,
1177.
so what we just voted on is,
We haven't voted on it.
haven't
Yeah.
voted.
okay.
There was a first and second.
Okay, we have a first and second. Now we have a motion to move to a date certain of December 2nd and a first and a second. So that's what we will vote on.
That motion passes unanimously.
Right. All right, so let us move on then to the consent agenda. Would you please read consent into the record?
Yes, we pulled the first item, correct? That's going to be under general business, the remote
No.
legislative policy,
No, legislative state.
We moved,
the second one.
the second one, yeah.
Okay, so item number 1 is resolution 2024-100, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving amendments to the legislative policy concerning remote participation. Item 2 are the November 4th, 2024 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and item 3 are the November accounts payable.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Anything anyone would like to remove from consent?
Yes, the first item.
Great. Anyone else? Okay, we'll vote on consent as amended.
That item, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you, everybody. All right, trustee Browning.
On the first item, the legislative policy, I just handed out. Did you get a copy, Dolores?
I sure did, sir.
A few comments and changes, a couple of grammatical things that we need to deal with. In Rule 6,
a policy that we've always had, and it's repeated at every meeting, is that speakers should identify their names and addresses. But that's not stated in our legislative policy anymore, and I think it would be good to add a sentence that says, speakers shall identify their first and last names and state their street address. I think it would be easier for the mayor presiding officer to enforce that requirement if it's part of our policy, as opposed to it not being stated in the policy. And we did have a meeting not too long ago where a speaker just gave a first name and an initial. And I didn't realize it at the time. I couldn't understand what was said, but I think it's good to do first and last names. I don't think we really want anonymous speakers, so.
Yeah, I
That's-
agree.
That's one.
And I think, in our remote meeting policy, I think it's laid out in our remote meeting policy that speakers must use their real first and last name, but we never addressed it here, so I think that's a good addition.
And then the second one was on Rule 17. I just had a question. There's a sentence that says, no motion for formal final action or for establishing a position of the town shall be made during mayor and trustee business. I don't know what that means, what mayor and trustee business is.
I think it's supposed to be trustee reports.
These reports, yeah, I think we called it something different in the past.
Okay. Is that supposed to be, I think it's trustee reports?
I do.
Yeah, I think mayor and trustee reports is probably the current, terminology.
Okay.
The idea is you can't take any official action, right, during.
So really, that's just changing business, to change the word business to reports. That makes
Yep,
sense.
I think that's right.
All right. And then the last one, there's a Rule 19 deals with people being required to vote, but it doesn't mention the possibility of abstention. And there's a whole different rule up above Rule 8 that says when you can abstain, and you have to explain why you're abstaining and that sort of thing. So I just thought we needed a reference in the prior one that says, if you're not voting because you're abstaining, it's okay. Just wanted to make that complete. Those are the changes. They're not big, but I thought it made it more complete. So I would propose those changes to the legislative policy.
Or have those been sent to Attorney Jetman?
Yes.
Yes, they have. Yep, I'm making those changes right now. So.
Okay. Yeah, I have no problems with those. So that's a motion. I'll second that motion. Anybody care to comment? Okay, before we vote, I just have one, before we on this, I have a question about something. Actually, let's vote on this. Okay.
Motion passes
Okay,
unanimously.
so that was the amendment, correct?
Correct.
So I have a question about, Rule 15, motion to lay on the table pursuant to the conversation we just had, Attorney Dittman. A motion to lay on the table shall preclude all amendments or debates of the subject under consideration. The motion to lay on the table carries no time element. A tabled motion can be called from the table at any time. To me,
Yeah.
that's different than continuing to a date certain, so I just want to know what we should be using when, because if this isn't correct, then we should remove it from the policy.
You always have to continue to a date certain. If you table something indefinitely, it dies. And so I think the first part is right. The first part is right. If you put a motion to lay on the table or to table something to a date certain, it does preclude all further debate and amendments at that time. That's 100% correct. The motion to table carries no time element. I mean, I don't know I don't recall what was intended by that, but it must be to a date. And the last part is correct. It can be called at any time. It's a priority motion, so that part is correct. But so maybe something along the lines of, it must be to a date certain. That is the law.
Does anybody else have any experience with this? Table something indefinitely?
I was always taught that it should be continued to a date certain.
That's been the practice.
Then I think we should fix that.
I agree.
So I would propose an amendment that says the motion to lay on the table shall be continued to a date certain, or however you decide that needs to be phrased. Motions laid on the table must be continued to a date certain.
Yeah, I think that's the correct terminology.
And then would it still be true that a tabled motion may be called from the table at any time if it's continued to a date certain?
No,
Well, so a tabled motion may be called at any time. That is 100% correct. Which I thought, I think that's what it is intending to say, is that you may call a motion to table at any time, which is correct. You can be in the middle of a debate and say, I moved to table this to a date certain.
Right, but this says a tabled motion can be called from the table at any time. So to me, that says, I want to, this motion was laid on the table, I want to take it off the table and talk about it again.
Yeah, I think for the clarity's sake, I just delete that.
Okay. Okay, so that's my proposed amendment. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Any discussion on that? Okay,
Motion passes unanimously.
all right. Anything else in the legislative policy to address tonight? All right, we'll vote on that as amended.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I know. So boards and commissions, it's 8:30. Let's do this. It's my pleasure to appoint Michael Jackson to Parks and Rec Commission. He's in Antarctica, I believe, at the moment, and is soon returning. So that's great. And then tonight, finally, we have an update from the Sustainable Futures Commission. So we'll keep it to about 10 minutes if that works for you.
I'll do the best I can.
Welcome. Would you like to?
you're welcome to sit if you prefer, or stand. No, right here with Erin.
Was that to the 10?
No.
Well, hello, and thank you for your patience with my schedule. And I hope you appreciate my patience with your schedule. This started back in May, this spring, your Sustainable Future Commission started looking at the various planning tools that we have in our town, including the 2014 Lions Sustainability Action Plan, which was updated in 2019, which is a long time ago, for a plan. We also took a look at the new Thrive Comprehensive Plan at that time in the spring. Not having, a lot of specific direction from the Board of Trustees, these are just some things we started doing this spring. Wondering, how's our town doing on achieving any of the stated goals in our planning? So having gone through all that, we have noticed that we have a very professionally written environmental sustainability action plan, which I said was updated, and an amazing comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan is pretty big and detailed. It's hard to go through it. Recently, we were asked by you to examine the comprehensive plan more specifically. And we got a list from the town staff of specific items to look at. And we started in on that this week or last week. So we'll have a later report on that for you. So I don't really have that to see.
No, we're good till January.
If we were committed to sustainability in this town, we would have more things than just plans. We would have things like specific goals. We would have tracking. We would have a budget. We would take it as seriously as we take all the other things. However, I've lived here for 30 years and I understand the humility of our town and of us and our budgeting and our capabilities. So I understand that although sustainability is rather esoteric and hard to envision how important it might be, I think we need to consider how important it is. And as each day goes by, we watch what Mother Nature has in store for us. I think we need to start taking it seriously, but that's my own opinion. So we've been studying these plans. If we were to look at a scoreboard, however, we should take pride in major strides since 2014, including but not limited to the 2021 code and the 2023 energy codes that we adopted. So we're right up to date on those codes. However, as Aaron could testify, we should be looking at the next set of codes right now. We should start planning ahead because that's coming up fast. And I hate to do things at the last minute. But those codes are probably one of the most important things we can do to deal with the climate disaster, which includes a lot of things in sustainability, but the climate disaster is stuff like stopping burning fossil fuels in our town. Code could go a long way to reducing fossil fuels, which 2 of the board members took a public pledge and signed in writing that they were committed to the reduction and the elimination of fossil fuel burning in the county. So thank you 2 for doing that. I would encourage the rest of the board of trustees to look into that with your 2 partners to see what that was about and consider if that's important to you as well and you want to pledge yourself to it, learn about it and so on. So congratulations to us for being really up to date on code. Let's get into the next code. We also have adopted means 100% non-fossil electricity. It's sort of still a mystery, a bit of a mystery. And the UEB created a sort of a little subcommittee between UEB and SFC to help investigate further exactly where is that energy coming from. Because it's not super clear for me. And I hate for us to get so excited about green energy that we start marketing that and find out that it's not as green as we thought. And that wasn't my instigation. This was UEB came to us for a little bit of help. So that's kind of an ongoing thing with SFC and UEB, sort of digging deeper with me to say, what do you mean green electricity? Is this hydro? Is this wind farms? Are you investing in new things? Are you shutting down some coal? What are you doing there to make electricity for us? On waste, we need to acquire the 2023 waste diversion data from Boulder County to make specific updates to stay on track for 50% diversion by 2035. That's a stated goal in the LESAP plan, Lions Environmental Sustainability Action Plan, also known as LESAP. On transportation, our group wants to help identify and support sustainable transportation, reduce vehicle miles traveled, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, promote telecommuting, carpooling, electric car charging. Kudos to us on taking on the state funding for a DC fast charger. The UEB is being very cautious, and and Aaron, I'm sorry, and the Director Kaplan, to be very cautious about how we supply electricity to that gadget, because we could really wind up behind the 8 ball cost-wise if we don't very carefully acquire the right amount of money for each bit of electricity put into it. And the electrification of town vehicles is in that list. So we'd love to see y'all get excited about that and ask us to move forward on that one. On water, a complete water usage study on the town properties in concert with UEB and the staff. We believe that there's water usage, maybe in the park, maybe in the town buildings, maybe in the Eastern Corridor buildings. We should be looking at that and making sure that we are being careful with the very little bit of water that's flowing around here. On buildings and energy, these are some of the subjects in BSAP. Even though we have clean electricity, hopefully, we've almost certainly increased our use of fossil fuels since 2014. We've just gotten bigger and we have more things and we're baking more turkeys. The question now is, how do we transfer our local fossil fuel use over to clean electricity? If we have that clean electricity, taking the cue of our brother and sister communities, we recommend implementing building code enhancements. Although we have the stock 21 codes and the more current NEC codes, we haven't done what our brother and sister communities have done, which is to then enhance those codes, to take specific actions like requiring maybe when something fossil fuel is being replaced, require that it be an electric appliance. Wouldn't that be great, right? Clean electricity coming in, less fossil fuel burn, et cetera. So those code enhancements are another step that the communities around you take to enhance the possibility of achieving the goals they have in their planning. Then this would apply to things like electric for heating, cooling, hot water, cooking, transportation, and new construction. So a couple of new goals, we'd like to encourage you to encourage us to update LESAP. Let's get this thing caught up because a lot has happened. since 2014, 2019. And we as a species have learned a lot of things in that. It sounds like a short period of time. So some new goals would be an education goal. Our group would suggest to create a town website page. So it'd be a page on the town website on all things sustainability, where somebody suddenly gets the bug, they read an article in the paper, and they want to dive in and become more conscious and more responsible. They can link to the town's opinion on various things or what the town is advocating for. $1,000 credits from me for putting in a heat pump. The new Reef building has gone 100% electric at a lower cost than they would have had they stuck with fossil fuels. That was kind of a magic trick, and we're prepared to do that again in other buildings if you need help with that. So air quality goal was another one that we thought was interesting. We're pretty lucky here. We've got a little breeze. We have a whole forest going all the way to California behind us. But air quality should be a concern because we have a gigantic factory sitting just to the east, which sounds like the wind pushes it out towards Longmont, which it does most of the time, but there's been some studies here within the town that show that the air coming off of the giant disgusting factory out there actually pulls back into here during the night. And there's some nasty, nasty stuff from that 1969 wheezing from the factory. On implementation, the SFC would like to suggest that we would have an active role in ensuring sustainability plans are at the forefront of the town's agenda and the daily activities of the town. We would like to expand the current active liaisons with the town staff and other boards and commissions. We already worked pretty closely recently last year with UAB on various things. So active liaisons with the staff and other boards and commissions, and town should have a staff member with time allocated to keep LESAP updated, including biannual updates by the SFC, the staff, and the Board of Trustees liaison. Thank you very much, Trustee Hamrick. Questions for the SFC, or we would love any direction that y'all have that you want us, where you really want us to work on.
Yeah, this is great. Thank you so much, Ed. Really, really appreciate it and very much appreciate your patience with us.
No worries.
And so glad to have you here. Glad to have you back in town. Did you have a question?
I have a comment.
Okay.
So as an educator, I really love the idea around education. I feel like we can always be doing more education. I love the idea of dedicating a town, like a page on the town website. For example, you mentioned the heat pumps, for example. Also, I'm wanting to put on Lions Happenings personally about these rebates that are happening with the state of Colorado when it comes to replacing your fossil fuel driven vehicle. So if it's over 8 years of age and you're actually earning less than 80% of AMI, you can get $6,500 back from the state of Colorado. They're already giving a $9,100 rebate on Nissan Leaf. So I have known of at least one case of somebody walking in to put $3,000 down on a Nissan Leaf for a $5 lease over 24 months, and they actually get a check back for $3,500, which would actually cover their insurance and registration. So these kinds of incentives are important. We need to get them out to the community, and we need people to be switching over to electric vehicles as an example. But I would love to see that kind of information getting out there, for sure.
I also serve as your representative to the Colorado Communities for Climate Action, which I've tried to be very active with. The last 3 months have not been successful. I've been traveling for 3 months. But I will meet with them on Wednesday. We're going to go to the Geos community in Arvada. So I just want you to know I'm staying up. I'm trying to stay up with those amazing people that you guys are paying dues to represent you at the state capitol.
We really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I feel like you're great about sending me the CC4CA updates. I don't forward them to staff. I wonder if the board has an interest in getting those updates as part of maybe as part of the administrator's report,
Or just like I do with the watershed when it comes out. So,
I think that would be great.
We used to get those.
This is a really direct way for you to participate in parallel with the folks who are running the other communities around you. That's who's in that group. When I go to their meetings, it's the mayor of this town, it's the trustees of that town, the councilors of this town, and their staff people, their sustainability coordinators.
And so if, I would say if a trustee would like to be more active in CC4CA, I personally don't have the time, but, that I think would be welcome.
It's not much, it's reading the newsletters, it's going once a year to Vail, not too hard, to hang out. And there's little things like this that pop up, but there's incredible opportunities that they identify that you can take advantage of, various funding, grants, programs. Here's what's going on at the legislature and so on.
Great. Trustee Hammer?
I was just gonna add, I wanna just echo on the Leaf building, because it's the first electric building, and as we're going through as everybody knows, I'm on the Leaf board as well. We're going through, how do we renovate this building? I called Edward, said, hey, we need you over here. But it was a sales job, and it gets back to education. There's a lot of urban myths around heat pumps and all that, and so anyway, Edward did a good job convincing certain people at Leaf this is the right thing to do. Probably gonna cost a few more bucks, but it was on par with doing normal. And then he was able to get a $21,000 grant from the PACE program out of Boulder County. So then all of a sudden that juiced the ROI to be a no-brainer. So, and so we discussed this in the FSC meeting last week, which was how many other businesses around town that could benefit from this.
Well, and maybe.
So it gets back to education and getting people to understand this is the right thing to do.
Well, and so we're talking about SFC goals, you're asking for some guidance on, what should we do? Maybe one of the things to do would be to reach out to the businesses around town with this model and see.
Yeah.
We need to get the story out on the Leaf building, because although it's a nonprofit, it's a business.
Yes.
And they face all the same decisions and budgeting and everything that a business faces. The funding is a little different, but it's just the reverse of what the contractor world wants to tell you. It's totally possible if we price fossil fuel appliances that meet code, and we apply heat pumps to that, and we get a couple little grants, we're starting out at the same cost. Then you have low running costs along the road for the next 20 years. So the same thing with your house. So it's hard to get that message out there against a contractor world that's very comfortable with natural gas.
Well, I also would love to see a page on the town website, and maybe that's something that you and your liaison and staff can work on with the SFC.
Yeah, there's a couple of people on SFC that want to help, put the words in.
Okay.
Well, and here's the thought. I know that the Housing and Human Services Commission has started submitting articles to the Resident Review every month. And I'm wondering if the SFC would like to also submit an article to get it out there to the larger community. I just don't know how many people go to the town website for updates, but I feel like if you have, the latest edition of the Redstone Review here that gets delivered to your mailbox, I feel like you can't miss
And you'll
doing
see in
people.
that one, movie that we sponsored along with the library and with you, about the plastic world that we live in. So that's coming up in about a week.
Not this edition. Next edition, I think this is November
Yeah,
15th. through
one that I
December.
read at home today.
Okay.
It was written by Don Weller, and we started I guess that phase of education, which is let's go to the movies at the library and learn about plastic and stuff.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Ed. I
Thank you.
really appreciate it. And I appreciate all your hard work over the years.
As well with you guys.
Thank you, Edward.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's take a break before we get into general business. And we'll do a check-in, make sure that we want to keep what's on the agenda for sure.
Now the article he was referencing, so it's December 9th at the library, documentary planet Earth or plastic.
everybody. Okay, first up on general business is discussion direction on lease of CDOT right of way for incidental use.
Thank you. We have talked about this a few times, recently. Basically, the staff is seeking direction on whether or not the Board of Trustees would like us to pursue using the Town of Lyons incidental use permit to, what's the best way to say that, to allow public seating throughout Main Street and take on that responsibility for those owners who don't want exclusive seating. And what it would do would eliminate the need for individual businesses to have to pay a lease fee to put their tables and chairs out. Instead, we would work out an arrangement with those businesses for the ongoing just maintenance of, wiping down tables, emptying the trash during the week kind of thing. And maybe an agreement on how the furniture, who owns it, who maintains it. But just really want to know if this is even something the board is wants the staff to pursue discussions with CDOT on, so that we can make sure that our permit has everything on it we want on it now. And then we can start reaching out to businesses. The incidental use permit only covers the 300 and 400 blocks of Main. So we're not talking all the way down to the quilt store. We're just talking the primary retail area.
Thank you. I think this is the culmination of a lot of discussions with CDOT and with local businesses and any local business such as Marigold that would like to retain exclusive use of the right of way for their customers only. They would still enter an agreement with CDOT
and pay them
and pay CDOT. But I think this is a great solution to an issue that reared its ugly head a couple months ago. So I appreciate the work that's gone into it. Other thoughts about this?
So aside from St. Vrain Market, what other businesses will this involve?
Any who requested it, but right now the only people that are being, asked to have a lease are St. Vrain Market, the Barking Dog, and Laura Levy has put some seating in a fire pit out.
What about Marigold?
Marigold has an exclusive lease because they don't want just general public. They want it for their customers.
Okay.
They have an exclusive lease that they pay CDOT to use their space for their business only.
So these other three businesses would have to allow the public to use it?
Yes, that means we would be in touch with them to see if they're comfortable knowing that if I'm just walking down the street, but I'm not buying something at their store, I can sit there.
That's an issue.
And so if they're comfortable with that, then that's what this would do. And then the town would take over, we'd have to look at it, but I have talked to a couple of the owners and one of them has said, I would want, you could use our furniture until it's, till it wears out. Another business, I think we might want to replace some furniture because it might have rust or paint that I don't know what kind of paint it is that a child could, I don't want it to be liable to us. Or if we decide we want to start something downtown that's, more some really colorful theme, or I don't know what it might be, but.
And what is this worth to each of these businesses?
Quite a bit. It is based on a per square foot amount. Can tell you that at the St. Vrain Market, it was going to be, because it's not only for them, it's not only the north side, the west side, $7,000 a year. If we do it, it is zero because they won't charge a government for it.
I'd like to point out too that the streetscaping project that was done, what year was that?
On Main Street?
Yeah.
09.
That was paid for by Dr. Cog. So that was essentially paid for by CDOT.
And so if you're interested, we'll start working up some forms. We'll make sure that our current permit, and it's good until changed. And you can see what's right on there right now. But we'll start working with businesses and those who want to keep exclusivity, can do that.
Yeah, first say, I think this is a great cooperative venture between the town and local businesses, and questions always coming up in the EDC and other places. What can the town do to help downtown businesses? Well, here's a very specific, concrete example of something that we can do, and I think we should. I did have a question about the funding from the Business Recovery Fund. Or was Kim or somebody
It was
able
just
to
Kim.
find those documents from when we started that fund? Because we were, and I called former Mayor O'Brien, who was involved, who was responsible really for starting both of those funds. He couldn't remember exactly. There's two different funds. One is the USDA fund, and that was the source of the money that went into that fund after the flood. There was a second fund.
They call it BRF, the
BRF.
Business Recovery
I
Fund.
named them differently because they had different funding sources and different rules. And my recollection, which John couldn't remember one way or another, was that those were basically donated funds from businesses, maybe chambers of commerce in other places that were trying to help Lions businesses get back on their feet after the flood, so that they didn't come with restrictions that the USDA had put on USDA funds, so that if that's the case, and that's 11 years ago in my memory, the town, I think, inherited whatever documents remained from the formation. And I just want somebody to look at those documents.
Sure,
And confirm
we
that there
can take
wasn't
a look at
anything some letter we sent of we'll only use it for purposes A, B, or C. I don't think so, but I want to make sure about that.
She was just suggesting that there was a time period that there was a very small interest rate
Right.
charged. And we could even use some of that interest rate money as, if there are furnishings that need to change in specific areas, or if we want to add a little.
The terms were like 2 years interest free, and then like a prime-based interest rate that was like prime itself, or pretty low at the time, so there should be some, but are those files available? You know,
Well, if she doesn't have them, I think we could find them through the chair of the other group. I think someone should have them all. You know, this has been, the attorney and the finance director, we've had discussions about this. The town was really to be hands off. It was to
right,
be,
that's the other.
so someone has them,
Yeah.
but we do have the current balances and all of that. Cassie does a regular check, but we're not to be involved with how it's allocated, how she's. So nonetheless, I think right now anyway, to get us started would be, if there's an interest by the board, we'll start reaching out to the business community, start educating, start looking around. Are there places we think there should be seating that there's not? This would give us a chance to add, if we feel like there should be some more. And, or take it away where it shouldn't be if it's too crowded or something.
Trustee Hamrick, are you in favor?
Of course.
Trustee Yaki?
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with what Trustee Browning just said, and actually, I'm thinking about the Chamber of Commerce General Meeting this Friday morning. And I know that Kim Mitchell has attended before, and it might be good to attend these once a month meetings just to be able to get feedback.
We always
directly
try
from the
to,
customers.
but
Yeah.
they conflict with, 2 other standing
Oh,
meetings
okay.
every month.
I can't attend this Friday, but if somebody else can attend, I just feel
Well,
like
she might be able to.
this is a great time to connect with them
Yeah.
and talk about these. I think, you know, we've had this ongoing discussion, whether it's the mill levy or whether it's the Main Street Initiative or whether it's this. I feel like we have to do everything in our power to help our local businesses who struggle this time of year.
Yes.
Trustee Burns, yes. Trustee Delman?
Yeah.
Okay, unanimous, yes.
We'll start just putting together some form of a program, and I'll let CDOT know that, we're gonna work on using our incidental use permit.
That's great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the work on that. Okay, next we have discussion direction on housing needs and growth survey results. Before we dive into this, I just want to say, I think staff did an exceptional job of compiling these results. And particularly impressed with the use of ChatGPT to summarize. I think that, it's a great example of how that tool can be used to reduce perceived bias. And so, I think that you did a great job with that. Happy to see 371 unique IP addresses, and 445 responses. So, I don't know how we want to go about discussing this. This is a discussion direction, so we're not going to make any decisions related to this.
Yeah,
But I
really,
think we want to talk about how we want to move forward.
yeah, that's really what it is. We have, lots of areas of housing we need to discuss, and the board had indicated they wanted a basic survey first. So you're seeing the results. If you want Andrew to go through them, you can. If not, they've been published on our website. So, yeah, staff is wanting you to give initial feedback on this, and then at an upcoming meeting, whether it's December 2nd, we could make room on the workshop to discuss housing number of units that was requested earlier. And we also are putting together those development fee costs that you heard about from the developers, and how do Lions stack up with our neighboring communities. And then we can talk further in detail about this if that's what you would like to do. But I think tonight is to give a basic overview of what came in from quite a large number of people.
Yeah, and so do we want Andrew to walk us through this, or do we all get a chance to take a look? What do we want to do?
I poured over it. The whole thing.
I'll start with
Somebody else to do that.
Okay. Comments?
Yeah, so I have a couple comments. I'm gonna kick us off here. There's a few things really shouted out at me. One, which I think we knew, is there's a large division in this town, right? That's not a surprise. But something I'm really curious, and I just want to say, I hope during the course of these discussions, we can come to some sort of agreement that nobody is 100% happy with, but that everybody can support. I think that's the goal here. One thing that really struck me though was, having been involved in the comp plan process, and Trustee Hamrick, I'm gonna put you on the spot here a little bit, because I know how involved you were as the chair of the PCDC. The overwhelming thing that we heard at all those sessions, all the listening sessions, and through the whole process was, yes, we need more housing affordability in town. And so I'm having a hard time squaring that with some of what we hear in response to the survey, and I wonder if you have any insights.
No. No, when I looked through this, it's one thing you go, are you for affordable housing? Then you get into the wheres and the hows, and that's where, and this survey started to get into some of that, and that's where I was surprised at the number of, why are we dealing with this? So, because you're right, I think the comp plan, I didn't hear pushback, and now I think there's quite a bit in this.
And maybe it's one of those things where, like, gosh, something sure sounds good in theory, but in practice, not so much. Go ahead.
I have a theory.
Yeah.
It takes us back about 6 months or more when we were at a town hall meeting at the library. And I did an informal survey of the 100 people who were gathered there approximately, maybe it was 150. And I asked of the people who attended that meeting, most people were not in agreement with the Boulder County IGA. I asked how many of them had participated in the comprehensive plan. I didn't see many hands go up. So for me, already, when just that quick visual showed that for me, there was a disconnect there between the people who participated in the comprehensive plan maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and then the people who participated in this survey. I don't think it's the same population. It just takes me back to that visual when I was asking around that town hall, how many people have participated? Because I feel like the people that we heard from 6 months ago, I don't think they had read the comprehensive plan or had they participated in the comprehensive plan, because it didn't sound like they were in agreement with it.
And that's, the comp plan process, as trustee Hamrick well knows, there was so much outreach. It seemed like there was a meeting almost every week. I mean, you devoted 2 years to it.
Yeah.
I don't know how much more we could have done.
So to that point, and my memory's fuzzy, since it's more than a week old. But we originally did the survey that went to everybody, and I think it's real easy. And I forget the response rate, I was gonna look up here, but we got a ton of responses. Now, you gotta correlate with any survey, you gotta correlate that into some kind of actionable data. But then we had the town halls in the library mainly, and those were represented by probably a much different subset of the town, and it was consistently the same people. So I think trustee Jati's right. I mean, trying to draw a Venn diagram of who showed up for that, and who showed up in person versus the survey results we're looking at here.
Well, and we had focus groups on the comp plan.
We did.
So you had 80 people built in that serve on boards and commissions.
Correct.
And probably have a little bit more understanding of the holistic approach, of the town. And so I think your original survey rate for that one, gosh, between the focus groups and all the boards and commissions and the public, I want to say you were like 385 or something. I mean, it's more people than this group, this 100 that is obviously doesn't want any growth. I'm not saying the 100 at the library. I'm saying the survey to me came out very clearly. There's about a group of 100 people that want no growth, no incentives, so it is very interesting. And I think that's why staff have been so perplexed is we came into this term following an adopted comp plan. Well, for 10 years, since the flood, the #1 priority has been affordable housing. And so then to be working toward that, assuming that, and then it has just been, it's quite taken aback.
So I guess I have a couple of things. So one, I'm curious, you think that you estimate maybe 385 people participated in the comp plan. I'm curious how many people, you said there were 445 responses, but how many individuals?
371.
Unique responses.
Yeah, 371.
370, so that's interesting. It's about the same number.
376 from the.
Oh, 376.
Unique responses. So I am very
That's
curious
pretty
as to
good
whether
guess,
that's the
Victoria. I
same
remember that.
population.
And I think we'll never know.
No, of course we can't know.
And we didn't ask addresses or email.
Right,
addresses.
right.
And like we said, it said in our memo, some could be from places like the fire station or town hall or whatever, and the IP address could show up as
Yeah, so you leave
the
those
school
in.
district.
One thing I also found interesting, so according to my numbers, 94 people who responded wanted to see no housing affordability options. And over 200 wanted to see mixed use.
So
So
that was a multiple choice question.
yeah,
And so you don't know how many.
no, we don't. And we should say, we're not, there are experts who create survey tools.
yeah.
We are not that.
No, we knew this was.
And if I can follow up on that, actually, I spoke with a couple of people who were really hesitant to participate, actually, because they didn't feel educated enough or knowledgeable enough. It was like Trustee Browning saying before, well, we're trying to answer the how. We know what the need is, but it's like, how do we get there? And we're having trouble trying to figure out the how. And so we reach out to the community who isn't here every 2 weeks following these meetings and reading these reports and going to these housing conferences. And goodness, they were so hesitant. I I had to do a lot of convincing and a lot of explaining to get them to even respond to anything they felt comfortable with. And I don't know if that's because of how we phrase the questions, or if it's because they just aren't part of this ongoing discussion, but they did not want to take an uneducated or unknowledgeable like stab at this question of how. They didn't, I don't know if our questions weren't simple enough or general enough. Maybe we were too, specific, maybe we were too detailed. But I was surprised. I mean, for us, I feel like we are speaking this language and we know what we're talking about. And so these questions make sense to us. But for some people, who are highly regarded in this community, I feel like they were at a loss. They were, because they're not following this discussion, every other week. I feel like we were like deep into it.
Yeah.
And I think we assumed that the public had a lot of knowledge around this. And I don't think they have the answers either, to be honest.
Andrew?
Yeah, and I noted one example of kind of whether it's bias or if I'm not knowledgeable of affordable housing, which tools should the town use? And when you answer none, looking at the data, we have no idea what that means. Does it mean none of the above or none of the options are, there's another option out there that we should use? And I think, as we go back in retrospect and look at some of these questions, I do think some of those issues, so I can understand that point.
Yeah, and we do the best we can with the brains that we have.
Well, we knew that. We didn't hire a firm to, put this
What the
together.
disclosures were for my staff report.
Yeah. Mark?
Yeah, I'm gonna disagree to some extent. The people of Lyons have been talking about all kinds of housing options for 11 years since the flood. Multiple citizen task forces, multiple boards of trustee meetings, discussions one way or the other about various options in Milton Park, and lots of them, even on the Summit housing and everything. And I think it is not correct, I'll just put it that way, to suggest that the people of the town of Lyons that responded to the survey about housing options didn't know what they were talking about or were afraid to respond. This community is probably as well educated on housing options and difficulties as any community anywhere, because we've been all through it for 11 years. So I'm not going to disrespect the people who responded or the numbers that resulted from this. That's the comp plans. I communicated with Trustee Hamrick when we were looking at some of these questions and things. If you go back and look at the comp plan survey and the questions that were asked that led to the very generalized conclusions in the comp plan, the questions weren't actually questions. They were in the form of statements, and please rate 1 through 5, 1 through 10, whatever the numbers were. The comp plan data gathering didn't produce specific enough responses to really be meaningful about things like how do we do this. They were meaningful enough to say, is affordable housing, finding affordable housing a problem in Lyons? You bet. Everybody knows that. And our rents, sky high rents are a problem in Lyons? Yes. But I think that a lot of conclusions have been stated based on the comp plan that aren't supported by specific data within the survey that led to the comp plan. And that data is not even in the comp plan itself. You look at the comp plan and it refers you to Appendix A, and you look at Appendix A and it has some sample representative, not questions, statements and ratings there. And I don't even know where the raw data that gave rise to the comp plan is. And I'll add on top of that, as you've heard from several longtime residents at the town hall meetings in January and February, comp plans, they're required, as I said before, they're required by statute, got to do them. They have good general planning characteristics, but there are a lot of people in this town, including me, that have seen comp plans used for both sides of an issue for years and years and years and ignored when it's convenient to ignore them. So I think that there has been too much weight placed on interpretations of the comp plan that support particular points of view. And that's true on both sides. You can go find anti-growth statements in the comp plan. But I think these numbers from the survey are fairly revealing, and I think the general opinions of town residents on housing and growth are pretty clear. They don't think we should grow very much. 0 to 5%, a big majority, which raises questions like, why did our JDA engineers assume a far greater growth rate than that and telling us what we need to do for the wastewater treatment? And also they're telling us they're pretty clear and very decisive about where we should look. We should look in the eastern corridor and within current town limits. What should our housing goal be? 10% or none? 10% or less, really. Sometimes we shouldn't even have that kind of goal. So I think that we need to give credence and value to these responses. And I will state again, I'm in favor of affordable housing, but I think the only way affordable housing has worked and will work in Lyons is if you can find something that you get a majority of the citizens to support. And I think that needs to inform our IGA discussions. If we proceed down paths that a clear majority of citizens say that they do not want to go down, the end result is not going to be good. And you have to find something that people can coalesce around, and you have to pay attention to their opinions. We need to look carefully at existing town limits for things like the Seward Street property. And we need to look at things in the eastern corridor like the Lucanen property and the Tebow property and try to figure out what we can do with those. And we need to look at our town planning and not take out-of-town consultants who produce fictional population growth figures and use that in our planning, because that's not what our citizens want to do. Unless we're going to make the leap that, well, our citizens want this, but we're going to do something else, and I'm not going to make that leap. So I think the opinions of citizens were pretty clearly expressed here, and I think we need to give them considerable weight in our deliberations going forward.
Thank you. I might want to clarify a couple of things going forward, but I want to, when we talk about this topic, I want us to be speaking the same language. And I think it's important for the public as well. So when we talk about affordable housing, capital A, affordable housing, we just need to be really specific. And what I would like is for the vernacular to change a little bit. When we talk about it generally, let's talk about housing affordability. And then we can clarify when we need to be more specific. No, I mean, for people who make 60% AMI, for people who make 80 to 120% AMI, and so forth. I just don't want us to indiscriminately swap affordable housing for housing affordability, because I think that has gotten us into some confusing situations. So I want to hear from people who haven't yet spoken. Trustee Doman, what are your thoughts?
As in, what exactly, as in how much?
What are your impressions? What did you think of the survey? What the responses?
Well, I think, I mean, I'm in favor of affordable housing, but I do think we've seen here, there's not a lot of support for too much of it. It has to be in certain areas and certain ways to do it.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure we do know exactly what the town thinks. We certainly know what those who took the time to respond think. And look at what they think. It's pretty clear that a lot of these folks think housing affordability is really not all that important, or should really be a major concern for it. But I've been working with surveys since 1979 in a different area, but nevertheless, surveys of humans, and the people who answer surveys generally are the ones who are upset and not happy and tend to look more negatively at a circumstance. So, you know, it's hard to extrapolate out from this. A lot more people didn't answer at all. And what are their opinions? You know, I mean, I think you might be able to extrapolate out something from the vote. But even the way that that was worded, I think weighted the outcome of the vote. So I'm discouraged at what we hear, and particularly the language people used in stating it. It was angry. And yes, I also think that for comp plan, it's some nebulous something, and everybody wants to see themselves as generous and have an attitude of abundance. But when the day is done, sizable segment of the population always work from a position of scarcity. And, you know, we are a culture that tends to think on scarcity. Yeah, I don't want to get into too much depth with that. I think it runs deep. I think it runs in the DNA of Western civilization, honestly. I think that we're talking civilization that developed in the desert. And civilizations that developed in the desert begin with a mind frame of scarcity. Not enough resources to go around, gotta take care of me and mine. And I think that still is in the DNA of our culture and how it functions as a culture. So I believe there's always going to be pushback. And I think it's that we have a responsibility in this entire state. And this town is no exception, to focus on housing affordability because it's the right thing to do. And I'm happy to not be reelected, but to continue to focus on housing affordability wherever we can make it happen, because I believe it's the right thing to do. I'm not ignoring what the people are saying. I'm saying we've only heard from a certain percentage of them. But I'm not surprised. I see it a lot. The nonprofit I led for 35 years, if we made our decision based on surveys like this, we never would have grown at all. As it was, we grew from 160,000 a year of income to 4 million a year of income, and became the second largest in the nation. What we did out of about 500 organizations that did similar work. Because we looked at the possibilities of what we thought was right to treat humans like humans. So I see what they're saying, and I want to be very sensitive to that. But I also don't want to turn my back on people who work here and would love to live here and are going to count on us to figure out how to make that happen.
Thank you. Trustee Wall?
I'll take an opposite approach here. I choose not to downplay or denigrate the people that answered this survey. I think the people who tend to answer surveys tend to be involved in their community. I think they have a clear idea of what they want to say, otherwise they wouldn't respond. I don't think this survey was the answers, the people who answered this, was it predicated on anger or distrust or anything like that. I think they chose to be involved. I think we should consider their responses in our decision making. You mentioned the AI tool. I looked through some of the comments in AI. I got about 3 or 4 into them, and I just threw up my hands. So I sat down with the comments. I went through the comments myself. Question 9, are there any other comments? And I basically did my own plus or minus survey, and I said, okay, so plus people are for housing affordability, minus people are against it. Came out to 67 were against it, 43 were for housing affordability. It's not a clear majority. There are a number of people in here who I think are committed to making housing affordability in Lyons a reality for some people. And then again, I look at the people who said the town should not grow. What was that? A fair number of people said we shouldn't grow at all. I think these people are smart. I think they realize that we are limited by our geography. We're limited by geology. We just don't have any space left. That is in effect what they were saying. They weren't saying that they were necessarily against more building, but they were saying it's an impossibility, which is why the majority of them said we should expand out to the east. So my point is, we have an incredibly intelligent population here. I choose to believe that the people who answered this survey were genuine. They gave it a fair amount of thought. We can quibble about whether the questions were properly phrased. We can question about whether these are the same people who contributed to the comprehensive plan. I don't think that's the issue here. We have a survey in front of us that clearly shows that people are happy with a 10% affordable housing goal. And a fair number of people don't want to see this town grow by more than 5%.
Thank you. Trustee Dottie, do you have additional comments?
Yes, because I actually want to follow up. I didn't mean any disrespect, so I want to really clarify this. I wasn't talking about the people who actually participated in the survey, Trustee Browning. I was talking about the people who did not participate I'm literally following up with Mayor Pro Tem here, who's concerned about people whose voice we're not hearing. That's who I'm concerned about. I am very happy that those who participated did. What I'm very concerned about is those who did not participate because they didn't understand the question or because they didn't know the answer or whatever it was. It was just maybe a little bit too intimidating for some, or maybe they didn't have access to a computer. I'm not sure. But I am concerned about the narrow slice of population who has participated. I'm also concerned about having a roadmap for the 10 to 15 years that we've adopted as a board of trustees, and that I'm concerned that every 2 years when the board changes, we're going to have a new survey to capture a snapshot of where a portion of the population is at with housing affordability. Because this could totally happen every board of trustees every 2 years. We could say, oh, well, let's survey the community now and see what they think. So I feel like it's really hard to plan long-term when you're taking a snapshot from a section of the population every 2 years. So that's something I'm concerned about. I'm also concerned about the numbers. So yes, I agree with Trustee Lowell. It does seem like people are in agreement with 5% or less. It does seem that they're in agreement with what was the other number? Was it the 10% housing goal? And so I feel like
I've heard this one several times. I don't think you're interpreting that one correctly when you are doing that one about affordability, because I've heard 3 of you say it. What I see when I read that one is you have about 156 people who know future goal is needed, but you have 300 who want 10, 12, or 15. I read that very differently. This was not a multiple choice. You had to pick one. No, that's how I read that.
That spin upsets me.
See,
You're
it says-
spinning this.
No, I'm not.
You had 134 people that said 10%, you had 156 that said we don't need a housing goal, and you had a total of 155 that said 12% or 15%. Those who said we don't need a housing goal don't mean you need something over 15%.
No. What I'm saying is you had 156 say we don't need a future
That's
goal.
right.
But you have 300 who said, yes, we should have 10, 12, or 15. 30% of the
spin it
rest.
that way. I will spin, I will say,
How
you
are
had
you guys reading?
134 plus
No, I'm not understanding
156.
how you're reading it.
You had 390 say your housing goal should be none or 10%. That's what they said.
You don't need to
9 or
set a housing goal, or
10%.
10% is the most you should set.
Yeah. I understand why you would
Here's how
want
you
to
look
read it
at
that way.
I'm not reading it, I'm just saying,
I-
I'm not reading it that
I
way.
read it the way,
You did?
no future goal needed, which was
156.
substantial. Don't want a goal.
Yeah,
And then 10% is our current goal, and we're close to that. So I see that as almost 300 is, we're already there.
Yes.
And then the 51 and 104, 150, want to increase it. That's the way I
see,
look
I
at
didn't,
it.
I read it the way that the
Yeah, I
AI
could say
thing
after you
is.
said that, I thought,
30% of the respondents stated no goal was needed. 70% are okay with 10, 12, or 15.
They said
So I
no
think-
future goal,
Interesting.
they said no future goal needed because they believed that we had already achieved it. We don't need to set it.
Well,
No, I
we
read
don't-
it
we
as
don't
they
need to
didn't
do
want
anything.
it. They didn't want
That's
it.
what, that's what it is.
I read it as, no, we don't need to set any future goals as relates to housing
Me too,
affordability.
that's how I read it.
When I read it, I thought we don't need to set a future goal because it shouldn't be a specific number, but it should be where it's
Well, see,
available.
and I think that's where we get tricky. We should be very careful about saying because. We don't know what people were thinking, right?
Yeah,
Plus that
this is a really good
non-interpreted, yeah, I
example.
think
This
Yeah.
is a great
No, it is.
example.
Yeah, I mean, I
It is
just,
a great example. So we don't know why 156 people said no future goal is needed. We can make some
Fair enough.
assumptions.
I mean, it's okay
But
if
they
it
are
means zero, we want zero, doesn't matter. I'm just saying, I think there's double the number who say 10,
Mhm.
12, or 15.
No, I see what you're saying, because you're adding 134 plus 51 plus
Well,
104,
Yeah.
but who have answered 10, 12, or
So they
15%.
think we need at least some goal.
Right,
10 to
between
20,
10 and
10 to
15.
15.
And what I wanted to say, what I was getting at was I don't even know that we have agreed on where we stand because trustee Browning, I think you had taken issue with the number of housing that had been built and the number of households in Lyons because we had a number of 8.4% at some point, and then we thought, oh, if we add 10 more, we'll be at 9.4%. I know you took issue with the number of, because
There were inconsistent numbers in the town documents.
so I remember we were
They
going to
don't match.
revisit those numbers and see which numbers were correct. Is it 961 households in Lyons? Have 81, can we count 81 homes as being built? I think these are the deed restricted numbers that we have here.
And so
We're gonna talk about that the next meeting. We'll have
Okay,
those
yeah.
right.
We
That's
discussed
just
that
interesting,
earlier
because
today.
But
I
what
did
I'm,
not read it that way at all.
where I'm getting at with this is
I'm
that
not so depressed.
so I don't
by this.
know
think
that
it's
we're at
okay.
10% and, what I also got a sense of reading through I did like you, I read through all the comments as well, was the sense of fatigue. And trustee Browning, you mentioned this too. We've been talking a lot about this since the flood. And that brings me back to my point. I mean, I ran this Silver Langs golf cart tour several times now. And in the narrative, we present that we lost about 100 homes. And trustee Browning, you took issue with that number as
I
well.
think that's right.
And I would love for you to give me how many homes you have. This is, the number I had. And so for me, we are still at a deficit from 2013. So long as we're at a deficit, whatever that number may be, we've only built 46 homes since the flood. So I feel like,
We're gonna go through that next time.
Okay.
You keep throwing out those numbers and I think they're wrong and we'll discuss them at a future.
okay,
at a future-
okay.
And I've put out in detail in writing why I think they're wrong. I don't think we lost 100 homes.
Okay.
So somebody.
But
just
you
give
agree
me a
that we've only
breakdown.
built 46 since the flood. So no matter
We
what.
have only built 46. Okay, you wanna get?
I'm
all that
just,
stuff
I'm
down?
Let's
just,
go into it now? Let's not. Let's
Okay.
not.
no, we don't need to have this discussion now, but what I'm saying is I get the sense of fatigue. And I think it's because we've been talking about how to replace the housing that was lost. And I believe that we still have housing to build to replace housing that was lost.
Okay.
So we may disagree on that.
Okay, and so I talked to staff today about getting some numbers together so that we can,
I know you are.
actually walking down alleys and counting.
We're going to do that,
So those numbers are.
because the county does not show them.
Yeah.
On their.
Trustee
numbers
Lowell's
on
had
these.
his hand very patiently raised for a while now.
I'm no chat AI, G-bot, or whatever the hell this is, excuse my language. But if you read through wherever it says no future goals are needed and correlated with the comments in question 9, I think you see a pretty clear connection between when somebody says no future goal needed and their comment is enough affordable housing exists in and around Lyons already. There were a number of comments to that effect. So we can't say that they're saying no future goal is needed for housing affordability because they don't understand the question or they don't think there should be a parameter. You just need to correlate it with what's showing in the
I don't
comments.
think anybody was saying that people didn't understand the
Well,
question.
that's what I heard.
And look at the responses on what subsidies the town should give to housing. By far, the leading one was nothing. So that would be inconsistent with your
No,
interpretation.
but I don't
of
agree
the
with that
question.
either. I don't agree with that. I think there's 600 people that came up with, yes, I would agree with all these others.
There
Not
weren't
600.
600 people that took the
Responses,
survey. There are only 371.
Responses. It makes a difference if it's a multiple choice or
Of course
not.
it does.
And so
The
people.
largest response was none of the above, don't give any of these things. And
Well,
that correlates
case,
to
yes.
the majority responses saying, we don't need a housing goal or 10%.
That's a one answer only. The others are multiple choice. So how can you not say that 300 people didn't say 10, 12, or 15? 300 people responded
that's
10,
not
12, or 15.
No.
Yes, they did.
No, 300.
You only voted on one. 10, 12,
That's
15,
right.
or none.
And the majority said 10 or none. By far, the majority said 10 or
If you
none.
add up none and 10,
You're way above the 50%.
it's how,
Yeah.
it's how you're looking at adding up the numbers. I can see what trustee Browning is saying, Victoria, I can see what you are saying.
Yeah, I don't.
I think both of those answers could be correct, and that is one of the problems with trying to interpret this data.
And I'm saying that
All right.
interpretation is more consistent with the highest number saying, don't give any support to it.
And I don't think we can
And
base
it's
it only on
consistent with
comments.
your
because not
tallying of the
everybody
comments
commented.
too.
Some just voted.
It really is subjective, because I came to the same conclusion trustee Lowell did in terms of no future goal needed when I was trying to correlate that with comments. It's like, okay, it seems to me that the majority of the no future goal needed are those who, if it correlates to the comments, that they mean zero. But that's a very subjective, I don't know that that's correct. And so my first 4 words were, it seems to me. I'm not sure exactly what that's about, but, yes, it seemed to me the same, it seemed to trustee Lowell, which is why I was so discouraged by it.
Go ahead,
I have my turn.
please. Please.
So, the survey, we had 300 plus respondees. In my mind, that's statistically valid. 800 households, maybe some households did more than one, but I would assume, and that maybe assumptions are not good here, but it's probably pretty statistically valid. So, and I went through and read all the comments on that last question. So trustee Lowell, thank you for doing the math and adding, because as I went through them, there was a lot of negative pushback. So anyway, long story short, I mean, where I come out is I still support affordable housing. I just think we have to have a measured approach. We need to be judicious. We have limited land, but I think we need to take the leadership role here and move this forward. So all I'm saying is it's a balanced equation. So, I think we have some opportunities to go after some using town-owned land or other properties and do some smart development type things. But so that's really where this whole discussion goes, and it's going to lead right into the IGA discussion.
It is, yeah, I think you're right. And, so I'll say I am encouraged by the 200 people who would like to see mixed use development. I think that opens the door to some creative thinking. And, we're certainly not the first community to be facing this, and we certainly won't be the last. We may do an imperfect job, but I'm also not willing to give up. So, yeah, it's the right thing to do. So, and, I think I made some notes, but they've all been addressed except one, and that is the economics And what I mean by that is the long-term longevity of this town to not turn into an enclave of Boulder County. Which, you know, I've heard of from people who want that. I've heard from people who literally do not care if downtown dies and we unincorporate. I don't believe the majority feels that way. And I think, you know, like we've been saying for years, this kind of growth has to kind of go like this, right? So that the commercial growth and the housing growth kind of keep up with each other and prop each other up for long-term economic sustainability. Because, yeah, there are some people in town who would like this town to be Aspen. I don't think many of them are in this room. And I don't think it's a majority of the community by far. So, okay, we've given you no direction, but we had a robust discussion and I appreciate that. And I appreciate everybody's passion about the topic, no matter how we feel about it. You know, we still have work to do and we'll do it.
So would you like to still gear up another discussion about the number of units, number of ADUs?
Yes,
and
I
setting
think
some
for a
goals?
workshop, yep, let's
Okay.
do that.
Yeah, I think.
Or we need,
or
If we
we
need
gonna-
confidence in the numbers, and I don't have them, because I tried to parse through those plans and documents, and they just didn't, they conflict.
Yeah.
Can't tell where the numbers come from.
And we all know there are more ADUs than are registered and, you know, it'd be nice to kind of get a better idea. Okay, so then let's move on to the next item, which is discussion direction on a request to accept cash in lieu of 2 shares of CBT for 2 lots in Lions Valley Park from Team Chatfield. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. So I think everyone up there is familiar with the last time we had, the 2 developers, both Team Chatfield and Wickstrom Builders were here, talking about the cash in lieu for their lots. We made the agreement with Wickstrom Builders for the 2 lots, and Team Chatfield had, before the end of the meeting. I did talk to him to see if he had any other thoughts on what I was putting in there to present to you. Maybe he's on whatever you can, not on here, but just watching it. I did advise him you can't speak through that, so I don't know if he's just watching it. But he then came back, and after hearing what was offered and what Wickstrom Builders was accepted, he was interested in making that same deal if the Board of Trustees was interested in that. Did bring that to the UEB at their meeting, and they did feel that it was still worthwhile, the benefit that the water utility would see, 112,000 would be beneficial. We did hear at the last meeting, we have the project for the water line under US 36 as an example of something that could be used for.
Thank you. So any thoughts about this? I wanted to make this a general business item versus consent because I think it's worth talking about, I think. What was the date of the meeting that they came to you? Do you remember how long it was?
The first meeting we came.
Yeah, and the reason I ask is, I don't know if the prices for CBT shares have gone up since we agreed to take cash in lieu from the other party, whether we want to discuss the amount or, you know, or what, so.
My thoughts is we're close enough in time that I doubt they varied that much, particularly during the off season in
Well, do you think it's that, Team Chatfield couldn't find the water rights?
that would be my
to buy?
guess. You couldn't find them cheaper.
Yeah.
Let me say, in looking through all these old subdivision files, I mean, the town has taken cash in lieu at various times for many years. At times because the town badly needed the cash to make the next year's requirements in the budget. And how they determined what cash in lieu to take was consistently looking at the market prices, not, you know, And that's what we did. This is close to the market price. I think it's a little bit under, but it's close enough that, and we do have uses for the money. And the UEB recommended it. They're still in favor of it. So I think it's pretty close to market price. I think we should go forward with it.
So this will bring our balance down, CBT shares around 14 now. 2 for Wickstrom, 2 for Chatfield.
Right, I'd wanna pull up what we have again, the number, I think it was, but
And 1 or 2 of those are dedicated.
well, we have 4
Well,
properties that we have
Yeah.
concerns about pre-existing commitments. I have it in here pretty quick. Right now it's 731 dedicated, or 731 in total, 708.8, yeah. That's it, right? I guess, I'm not taking out the 4 that are already there. For 700, but yeah, I think that should be 14.
14 and a couple are, you were holding in abeyance, right? For,
We have the 4, right,
okay,
that we think we have, we have pre-existing commitments for 4 properties.
payment schedule for this is the same as with Wickstrom, so
Requesting
we'll take the money and put it in the water fund.
Trustee Dodson? Yep. Trustee Hammer?
Yep, yes.
Yep, okay.
Bring the same resolutions next meeting.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll have to amend the development agreement for them as well. So
Okay.
the SIA, you mean?
Yeah.
yeah, the SIA. That's what we call the development agreement later additions, but it's the SIA.
Okay, we'll do that then. Okay, so we have 3 items left. We have, the ice rink. Oh, sorry, we have 4. The ice rink, the discussion on utility rates and CPI, the delinquent sales tax policy, and direction to staff regarding our workshop earlier. We also have trustee reports. Is there anything anyone would like to kick to a different agenda since it is now 10 o'clock?
I would like to ask the ice rink continue, just because staff one.
And that's not urgent to decide tonight.
It is a little bit, we have to get ready to set up here soon.
Yeah, I think we should talk about that tonight. Hopefully it won't take long. Okay, well, if nobody has any suggestions, we're just gonna forge ahead.
Attorney Dittman has his hand.
Attorney Dittman?
Yeah, I realize this is probably inconvenient, but I'd like to ask to reconsider the legislative policy as well. I don't think it'll take long, but I've discovered something about the last amendment we did that I think we need to fix before we can move on with it.
Okay, I'll add that. I'll add that as 8 here.
Yeah, utilities can make them if they want to, or delinquent sales tax if we need to make significant amendments.
Trustee Barney, how significant are your amendments to the sales tax policy?
I don't think they'll take real long. I think I can explain them in 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. All right, let's forge ahead then. The ice rink.
The ice rink. We have, the Parks and Public Works Director, Dave Cosgrove here, as well as Lisa Ramsey, who oversees, the ice rink. And, you have a staff memo regarding that, so, apparently it was discussed at the Park and Rec Commission. And, staff was not comfortable with making that determination, so we wanted to get direction from the board.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Director Cosgrove, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, well, I did try to put together, a pretty thorough memo, and basically this is the time of the year where we will be planning to do that. It is pretty labor intensive, and I guess in the spirit of some of your other conversations this evening about budget and efficiencies, there were some comments during the public portion of the budget process where people did question, it seems like it's pretty labor intensive and it's not open very often. And it is completely weather dependent. And of course, we cannot control the weather. Over the past 3 seasons, in conversations with Lisa, Parks and Rec coordinator, and Kim as well, who tries to do some special events, it's just been very inconsistent. And so I tried to lay out for you, the labor that goes into it, and the setup and tear down is very labor intensive. And then just depending on the weather, we do spend a lot of time daily, weekly over there. Again, being a combined department between Parks and Public Works, we thought it good to give the board this information and see if you thought maybe it would be better to look into other alternatives and to see if Parks and Public Works staff could, use that time and spend it elsewhere. We do have more and more responsibilities related with utilities. I know Director Kaplan can speak to that and probably would like to have a few more hours of Parks and Public Works maintenance staff time to catch up on other projects. And of course, there were a lot of other public comments in the budget process where people thought we could probably spend our time as well, as far as streets, street signage, potholes, things like that. And of course, we still do those things. We could just get caught up and spend more time in those areas if the board sees fit. Of course, we are happy to set it up. It's just temps are milder, and a lot of times it's just not open. So we wanted to give you this information and have a discussion and see what you thought.
Thank you, appreciate it. Have you guys discussed setting it up maybe for a shorter amount of time, like maybe January and February versus December to March?
We have looked at that. It's just typically, historically, we have tried to set it up at the beginning of December to try to make it, prepare it and have it be open for the holiday break. That has seemed to be what, people have enjoyed, making it available so that families can enjoy it over the, St. Vrain Valley School District holiday break. That has always been our goal. And then, of course, the other issue is that is kind of the prime time to make sure that conditions for setting it up before the ground freezes makes it easiest for our staff. Because we do have to pound a lot of the stakes for the infrastructure into the ground. And that seems to be the window to allow us to get that work done. And then, of course, setting the ice. And just the past few years, I don't know, for those of you that might remember, there was the 21-22 season where temps were so mild, we just didn't even set it up at all. And the past couple years, and Lisa can chime in and let you know, we did put together all the recreational information. At least 50% of the classes have had to be canceled or rescheduled.
All right. Thoughts, Trustee Hammer?
Just I'm curious how many attendees, when it is set up, what kind of usage? Because I saw the classes and how those had to be rescheduled, but just casual usage outside of classes when the weather cooperates.
Lisa, you want to chime in? Otherwise, I can as well.
Sure. I think during the week when the rink would be open, you'd sometimes get some kids out there after school. There were some hockey players who liked to use it. The weekends, I think when it was open, which was only one weekend last year, where we were able to have it open and be renting skates. It was well attended. I think we had about maybe 20, 30 people that came through that day. But like I said, that was only one weekend for the whole winter season last year that it was open.
Yeah, I guess I have a concern. I don't know how many people skate down there, but just taking away a potential service that people may look forward to. I realize it's all weather dependent, but at the same time, maybe shortening the windows for when the availability is, or giving people more advance notice that, hey, this service may be going away versus just deciding tonight.
Trustee Duffy?
You know, I hadn't realized how labor intensive this was, and yet when I printed the agenda without looking into detail, I kind of had an intuition that this was going to be the discussion. Because it seems to me that over the last few seasons, the ice rink really hasn't opened that much. Like Lisa just said, it opened one time last year. And I'm trying to remember how many times it opened the year before that.
It didn't open at all in 20.
And it didn't open at all in 2021, 22. So I'm just, you mentioned how you go to so much effort to have it open for the winter holiday break, but has it ever actually opened during that break in December?
Sparingly. It's really the day-to-day conditions of the ice based on the daytime temperatures. A lot of times the surface is so slushy that people can't skate.
Yeah. And Director Cosgrove, I don't know if you remember the discussion we had post-flood when there was a special Parks and Recreation Commission, a subcommission that was looking at how to rebuild Laverne Johnson Park, but I clearly remember discussing the price tag for a refrigerated ice rink, and I believe at the time it was $60,000. Am I wrong?
No, yeah, we also talked about the potential of covering it because a roof over the top would help too, and that was very costly. But yeah, refrigerated units cost a lot, and then of course there's the cost to operate it at the same time.
Right, and so I guess I'm really curious. There was mention in your memo here about a third-party vendor and how much it would cost you. And I just wonder, is there a third-party vendor who has better technology than we do? Is there a way to keep it somehow, somehow refrigerate it with some temporary measure for a few months? Without investing in this permanent, I guess even the $60,000 option, that must have been a temporary. I don't think it's something you leave out all year round, is it?
It isn't. It's something you purchase and that you would bring out during the winter time, and then you would have the cost to run it and then of course maintain it. That's why we have not researched this, but looking at something like the summertime model with Ray's River Rentals, where somebody might be interested to come in, utilize the concession stand, they would own the apparatus, and we would allow them to run it for the winter time. And of course, they would make the money off of it, but then the town wouldn't assume the cost to own and operate it.
Yeah,
People would be charged where right now we don't charge.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I was really surprised by how much it cost. I grew up in Canada and I skated every winter, and it was literally neighbors going down and flooding the rink, but we didn't have to worry about fluctuation in temperatures. It was always below freezing. So we worried more about how to skate around the hockey players. So I don't know, it's a really unfortunate, because I really love, I remember having this discussion post-flood 10 years ago, maybe, about how we wanted to keep an ice rink in Lyons. And I just feel with these models you sent us around, the warming statistics and how, the statistics over the last few years of how often it hasn't opened. And I see how much it's costing to, go to so much trouble to open an ice rink. I don't know that I'm seeing a future for an ice rink in Lyons, and that makes me really sad, actually. And I really wish we had the money to put a refrigerated ice rink down. I know they have one in Longmont, and lucky them, but I know my own kids would go to, because they couldn't depend on the ice rink here, they would drive to Longmont to go ice skating. Because they have a refrigerated ice rink and they have the roof.
Is it free?
No, you have to pay. Yeah. So this is so labor intensive and it's so costly. And for one or two weekends, if it's 1 or 2 weekends a year, I really don't think it's worth it.
you're talking to a guy who was raised in New England and like.
Yeah,
you
I know, it makes me so
Throw on
sad.
your skates and go down to the pond and.
Yeah, yeah.
When the rink is open, I think it's a great asset. But maybe we have to think about an abbreviated schedule. Like, that rink is pretty much dependent on the cast of the sun on the cliffs. Once the sun starts to move past the cliffs and hits the rink at, I don't know what that is, the end of February or something, I guess, when the melting becomes more prominent. Maybe we have to consider a compressed schedule. I would hate to see it close. Maybe we don't have to rent skates either. Maybe we just maintain it for the general public and not do the skate rentals. I know there's been a capital cost to acquire all the skate rentals and whatnot, but maybe if we don't do that and just maintain the rink as best we can, maybe that's the way to go. And not necessarily try to open it during Christmas vacation. That might be too early, given the way the climate's going these days.
I don't think the ROI is there.
I noted in our budget discussions, we had already put off some other public works type things in parks to do the stream bank restoration, so I think we need to be efficient with our parks money. I just don't think that the use justifies the cost. I wish we could offer all things to all people, but I don't think we can. I'm a believer in global warming, which is controversial these days, and I just think where we are at our altitude just doesn't support an ice rink without intensive labor costs that we need to use for other things. And I know that will be upsetting to a couple of my hockey playing friends here, including my next trustee who lives right above me, and another guy down the Confluence who likes it a lot, but I just don't think the usage justifies the cost.
Fine.
So as it is right now, I don't think it's worth it. But I do think if we can find somehow a grant, I don't know if that's possible to be able to get the refrigeration, or if we can get a third party where they can make the money, I think those would both be great options.
And I hate the thought of not having the ice rink. I really hate it. And I do think that people are gonna be upset about it.
Yeah.
And I'm upset about it. I have a pair of ice skates from 1950 that I use on that ice rink, and I'm pretty good.
Your grandmother's or?
It's a long story. It's a long story. I kind of feel like, I would like to try an abbreviated season this year while staff goes out and maybe talks to potential vendors. I think it's something I know people are used to not having to pay for it, but I think it's something people would pay for. I think people would come to Lions and rent skates and drink hot chocolate and skate around.
If the rink is open.
If the rink is open, if we can find a vendor.
Yeah.
We can refrigerate it.
Yeah. So, I mean, it looks like I'm outvoted here, for this year to open the rink, unless anybody wants to change their mind.
What are we at?
4 people say don't open it this year, and 3 say yes, open it, but with an abbreviated schedule. I think that's what you're saying.
So I think the issue with the abbreviated schedule is we still have to put the rink up now before the
Yeah.
ground hardens.
Yeah.
And then the liner gets all ripped up.
Sure.
That's what happens every year, is this liner just gets torn to shreds because people are on it when it's slushy or when there's nothing in it. So you can't leave a liner out there and wait till January to.
So it's either set it up now and just have
That's what I
it
heard
full of
Dave said.
water.
You have to do
or-
it while it's
One of the difficulties. The liner is probably the most costly piece of it. It costs about $3,000 or $4,000 depending on who we can get it from, and the shipping cost is probably because it's so heavy. And if we can't get the ice to freeze, what ends up happening is, well, a couple different things. Somebody tries to walk through it because it's not frozen, or they'll throw cobblestones into it, or a variation of a number of different things, or they'll try to skate on it before it's ready, and then the sides will get ripped or torn. And that just makes it difficult to keep it intact. And then, as Victoria said, we really do have to set up the infrastructure before the liner goes in, before the ground freezes. It is a bummer. I mean, I know and have been, working with several of the people Mark mentioned who have been avid hockey players for years, and we utilize their help as well. They're great volunteers. They go out there at night and help us maintain it. They're very involved. And it is great to have. It just seems, for the amount of effort that the Parks and Public Works maintenance puts into it, we just can't keep it open for, the amount of time that it should be open.
And to be honest, I'm really concerned that they're going to go to all this effort and spend thousands of dollars, maybe open for a weekend, even January and February. I mean, I have to think about our fiscal responsibility here, and this is taxpayers' money. And I agree with the ROI, as much as it's going to be very unpopular and very unhappy with this whole discussion, because we don't have the money to do it right. I don't think it makes sense financially.
Okay, well, that's
I can't change my vote.
that's the opinion of the majority of the board, so that's fine. The other thing I want to know though is, do we have an interest in asking staff to see about potential vendors, knowing that it will no longer be a complimentary service to residents?
Yeah.
I would like to see that.
Sure.
Yeah, let's look into that. Let's look into that.
And that hockey players may have to change their time, because if someone else has it, they may not be able to go out and skate at 10 at night.
They may not, and that's something that they can work out.
Okay.
You can look into it, but I think unfortunately the limiter is gonna be the size of the rink. It may not be profitable enough for them with a rink that small.
Well, let's find out.
Yeah.
So talk to some vendors.
Yeah.
Dave, is the liner okay to use this year? I mean, if we were to say, is it okay, or do you have to order a new one this year?
From my understanding, we made it through last year. We have patching to do, but we can still try to make it work if that's.
Does that affect anyone's opinion?
So we'd have to either set it up while we look for vendors.
Well, it
Or
sounds
not
like,
set it up.
it sounds like the majority of the board is saying
Not setting it
up. I think we're gonna need to be very clear about how we message this to the community, because I do not think it's gonna be popular. That might be the hardest decision I think I've made in a very long time. That is so sad.
Were you here for defunding good old days?
No,
That was tough, but that was tough too, but sometimes you gotta take unpopular decisions.
I know. Well, let's make sure that we let the community know that we are investigating whether we can use a vendor with a refrigerated system.
So Lisa will not be scheduling any classes this year. Or no?
I'm gonna be really mad if it's super cold this winter.
This will probably guarantee it.
Forecast is above normal, getting warmer throughout the winter.
I hear you. Okay. All right, let's move on then. Discussion direction on utility
Thank you.
rates.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all your work.
Appreciate it.
Okay, let's move on to utility rates and CPI.
So I do have a little bit here that I was hoping to go through, but again, I know it's late, and so just to emphasize that this was one that didn't need to be done for this year's budget. But if you want me to go on, I can get started, or.
Well, I think the question before the board after the workshop we had earlier, is this something we even want to consider?
I actually changed my opinion of that, listening to trustee Brown. And I believe that it's only wastewater where this needs to be considered.
Okay. You haven't changed your opinion, I take it?
I think that was close to the majority view, and I
Yeah,
appreciate
we didn't.
trustee Williams' open-mindedness. Yeah, and I haven't changed my view that we shouldn't put this in the code as an across-the-board annual utility rate increase.
Well, and the question is really, do we want the UEB, or do we want additional analysis and or the UEB to discuss it further?
Their plate's pretty full with time of use electric rates, other thing, and I think they understood this, and I think they've looked at this kind of thing for years. I think if they wanted to do that, we hear from them, so I don't think they need to spend time on it.
Trustee Delman?
I think it should be looked at as the individual funds rather than across the board.
Trustee Lowell?
Yeah, to individual funds, see like a wastewater.
Okay.
I agree with the majority here.
Agree.
So it sounds like there is no interest in further pursuing an across-the-board CPI increase in utility rates.
Right, that wasn't really what I was looking for, but if that's what you guys took it as, okay, I mean, should we remove it from the water fund? Where it's listed?
For the one customer,
Yeah.
Or should we, so then I'll bring a resolution or an ordinance for that also. 'Cause, again, we haven't been doing it.
it's just
like,
a cleanup,
something
yeah, sure.
That gets looked at, so it was something that could be removed if we weren't gonna do it for there, you could remove it from the water
For
fund.
the water fund, you said it applies to one customer,
Right,
unless it's a huge customer, it just doesn't matter. Clean it up, yeah, take it out.
take it right, so that's what I just wanted to see if that's what we wanted to do, is to remove it. No, it's actually the reason they're still on that is because it's CenturyLink who has nothing coming there. It's like the one on post, but it's a cleanup.
Couldn't
of
we
the
do that
code.
as part of a general, there's a number of general cleanup things that we might wanna do at some point, I don't think it's cost effective to do that separately.
And then this only looks at the standard service rates and fees. The rate increase for the CPI does not talk about the high strength waste. So we haven't talked, it's been mentioned about the high strength waste may be too low as a service charge. So should we be looking at, as staff, looking at the actual rate, is the 3% enough for the wastewater fund? That's sort of what I was getting at, is we've taken this as a general, okay, we're gonna do that, and is that it? Or should we be looking at the wastewater fund? Again, I'm not a big proponent of the CPI, just so we know, where I've been doing this fund for 9 years now, since being on the UEB, and I've been the main proponent coming forward based on what I've done for the research and understanding each year. There's been a lot of talk on going to other people to do studies, but I thought I've done pretty good over the last 9 years on the rates for the utilities. So I'm in agreement of that, but also trying to understand some of these other items that we do have it, again, the BOD surcharge is not being raised. Do we really need it on just the wastewater fund? Trustee Browning gave one reason, possibility of why it was in there, but we also saw it was in the water fund. It could be in there for another reason. So it's fine if you guys feel that's what you wanted to do, was to keep it on the wastewater fund only. But I was trying to have a bigger understanding of, should we still be looking at rate increases there? Should it even be on the wastewater fund so that all the utilities are reviewed on an annual basis for their changes and not just the CPI index?
I think I agree with trustee Browning on the wastewater fund. That is totally, we own it, we operate it, and so we're incurring those expenses. And so the other, I think, should be considered in addition to, if in fact we should be looking at in addition to. But that's gonna have to be considered as a separate issue.
In the wastewater fund, we're in the process of evaluating what we need to do with that, because we've got the
Yeah.
huge bill on the table, and I think we're in the process of trying to see if we can reduce the high strength waste, but we might have to do
bigger increase in the wastewater fund to pay for, but we don't know that yet. We're not to that decision making point. And that's where we'll need UEB input on that type of thing.
And that's why I want to be careful if we're doing a rate increase now, and then we're gonna come back with another rate increase on the wastewater fund.
It'll be a while.
That's built into the code.
Yeah.
Right, that was it. This has to be by January 1st. If it was separate, you could do it some other point in time.
Is there anything keeping us from changing this rate by resolution versus ordinance?
Just that
It's stated in the code, the actual number, Brandon.
Brandon?
Yeah, as Aaron was saying, it right now the rates are in the code. And so you have to change them by ordinance. If we were to take all the rates out of the code and put them in their own rate book, which is what a lot of people do, you could change it by resolution. You could do that. With the exception of the electric has to be done in its own certain special way, but the rest of them you could just do via simple resolution.
As Trustee Browning mentioned, that did come up a few years back, 5 years ago or so maybe. And there was a good amount of public input on not doing that.
Okay.
So,
1 to 6 DOT.
Okay.
Against it.
Going public too.
Yeah, the public was not happy, but there were only, half a dozen of them, something like that.
Yes, that's small these days.
Yeah, they were all against it.
Anyone have additional thoughts? You got what you need?
Yep.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the delinquent sales tax. Legislative policy amendments, I see you passed these out.
Brandon might want to go first. I think you did
Yeah.
the initial.
Yep.
Somebody might present the initial.
Brandon, do you want to take the lead?
Sure, I can take the lead. So I was given notes from Cassie and Trustee Browning about what thoughts on a delinquent sales tax policy could be. And so I try to assemble that into something that, was actionable essentially. I know it's coming on this. I think most of the edits I agree with, but there's at least one question I think around, what should remain private and not. We should probably have some discussion on. But other than that, I think I'm comfortable with what has been suggested as edits. I think this can work at least as a starting place. I may have to get amended over time as we see how it actually works. But I just want to get some pen to paper on this and start somewhere.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I appreciate Trustee Browning's work on this. All right, does anyone have any questions for staff? No? Okay, I'll ask for a motion in a second, and then I want to talk about the privacy issue first before we go into amendments, if that's okay. Okay, is there a motion to approve 2024-101?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Okay. All right, Attorney Dittman, what is the privacy issue?
Yeah, so there's this weird tension about, people being entitled to having a hearing and then, the taxpayer's information being confidential. And so there's no other example of a hearing we do where, someone's persona non grata, there's no name that associated with the revocation hearing. And so there's, at least I have some initial uncomfortability with that, this is a blank, taxpayer X revocation hearing. Now that person can always come and choose to defend themselves and divulge who they are. But, I think the general public still hasn't maybe an interest in, that. And that's why it feels uncomfortable, at least. So I agree, upon doing further research today, that the taxpayer's name probably is confidential. So what I have written here that, the only thing that's going to be on the agenda is their name, even that probably is a problem. And so what I've done is I've looked at different codes out there for other towns and what they do for these revocation hearings. And what they do, and I don't think our code can easily be changed that way, is that they have the town clerk or the town administrator or whoever it is that is in charge of that community make the initial determination on revocation, and then the taxpayer can appeal. And when they appeal, of course, then it's public who they are. but that's how they get around this problem. But our revocation process is set up so it goes directly to the board of trustees. So it'd be a bigger lift to try to amend the code to fix that problem.
Brenda, there's a distinction though, right? Because when in home rule cities that can pass their own taxes and tax codes and issue tax permits, they can revoke somebody's actual sales tax permit, and that's why they do that procedure, I suppose. But we don't do sales tax permits. The state does because we're a statutory town, and it's not actually the sales tax issue when we'd be revoking, be the business license.
Correct. Yeah, and that's what the policies I've looked at. They were specifically for business license in statutory cities and towns, and what they would have again, the town administrator, or town clerk, have the ability to revoke a business license because of unpaid sales tax, and then that decision could be appealable to the board of trustees or the city council.
I guess my difficulty with that is it kind of weights the process against the business and basically lets the town staff do the repeal, and then they can appeal and the board can either affirm or change that. Whereas the way this was drafted, it was to basically keep it open-ended and the board basically be informed of the circumstances and then could decide whether to revoke or not. It seemed like it kind of like stacked it against the business. And this to me seems like to me be more fair if you have the staff basically inform the board of the facts and then they decide. And then if the business licensee wants to come forward and give extenuating circumstances like one of my employees stole $5,000 out of the till 2 months ago and that's why I'm behind, then we can do that. Or the staff may be able to give those anonymously too, if they're able to verify it. But I think it's difficult to say, make an administrative decision to revoke something and not seem like that kind of prejudges the board.
I agree it should be a board decision, for many reasons. None of which have to do with the competency of staff. But I do think that the revocation should be a board decision. What concerns me about the anonymity piece of this is, if a business owner does not wish to make it publicly known that they're in this position, they're not going to come and defend themselves. And to me, that there's something about that doesn't quite seem right.
I mean, although they've been given 30 days plus to explain to the town staff what the issues are, and this town staff can certainly, I would trust them to relay this business got behind and is unable to catch up because of A, B, and C. So they have the ability to submit all of their reasons and propose cures and everything anonymously. They don't have to do it. They can give all the town staff what happened and what they're trying to do to fix it. So I think they do get a chance to present their case. But really the restriction here is, I think, what Brandon said. I think using their name is problematic under state law. Because when you file your tax return, your name's on there.
Mm-hmm.
And then the tax code says everything on the return is confidential. So I think we're getting off into never land if we require the name to be revealed. And it's up to them if they think they want to make a personal appeal to the board. Yes, if they want to rely on the staff to give them to relay the reasons why they think justify more time or whatever, they have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I'm not advocating for one way or the other. I'm just saying that the issue is definitely the name, and then the tension of having an agenda item which says tax revocation of business X, basically it's probably what it would say, versus having some knowledge as to what that is. And it seems the only way I've seen around it is people have made an administrative decision first, but understand the concerns of an appeal versus an original kind of action. It's just a kind of a tough thing to fix, I guess, is where I'm at. And so I'm looking for direction.
Yeah, it is tough. Administrator Simonson, does staff have an opinion about this?
Well, Cassie and I have both had the opportunity to weigh in as well. it really, it's up to the board how you want to do it. Listening to the conversation, it makes sense to me if, since the finance director and I are the only two that can really talk to them, that we would notify them. They have the chance to explain it. We present those facts to the board. And then they can still just remain as business A or business X. Versus having them, personally, if someone isn't paying their taxes, they should either be held accountable or explain it due to a extenuating circumstance, but I'm fine with that way. I'm fine with us talking to them and bringing forward the finding of facts, and if they don't agree with the way we presented it, they can, figure out something else or turn in a statement or something. Maybe we have them turn in a statement as part of the process so that we're not misinterpreting or, whatever. They could write why, and then it's just submitted it as a, typed business X.
Would these proceedings, would it be possible to handle them in executive session? Does
No.
that meet the
No.
definition?
No, it's public taxpayers' money they haven't turned in.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, the executive session laws are, as you know, when we do it, they're very specific, right? You have to identify a statutory reason, and this does not fall within those categories.
thanks.
Yeah, and they're just breaking them. Trustee Dusty?
I mean, I'm okay with them remaining anonymous, but I'm thinking of a most recent example of a business that many people supported, even though they weren't paying their sales tax. And so I also am concerned about people continuing to support a business that isn't paying their sales tax.
Well, we're not allowed to name them. You understand?
Sure. So then there's no question. Sorry, anonymous.
Trustee Hammer,
No, I agree with what the town administrator, the process he was recommending.
Yeah, I don't know if there's another way we could, I can think of one. Could somehow, because I felt bad about that too. I don't want to be spending my money. I'm, somewhere that should just immediately go right to the state and they're keeping it. But
If you can't put the name in, though,
I know you can't.
I mean, just so then it's just business 101 25, 102 25, or whatever. I mean, it does that, and
Yeah, it's up to the state to collect it at some point and
And just,
make restitution. I
and for the
guess.
record, at least the main intent of this is to reduce the time frame in which that can happen, which has happened before.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the state doesn't act long enough, and so by following this process, at least you limit the presumption. But I did this kind of work for 23 years, and it was very tempting sometimes to say, don't buy from so-and-so, but you really can't do it consistently and confidentially.
That is difficult, especially if they're repeat offenders.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so, Brendan, it sounds like you have your direction. for
Yeah,
that.
so are we, is this a discussion or are we up for approval tonight?
Why don't we continue to your next meeting?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna continue this.
I think I have some language I can.
I have a motion and a second to approve, so we know.
Yeah, one more bit of discussion. These changes that I drafted over the weekend and sent to Brandon, I think he said they were okay. I think they're mostly self-explanatory. It may be cleaner if Brandon's okay with these to do a redraft of the resolution and take it up at a later continue it so that we can do it all in one document, just one clean document. Put that in
So
notice.
I agree. So should we vote this down, Brendan, or make an additional motion to continue?
It'd be better to vote it down. That way it can be a clean, brand new, rather than amending it. Is what I would do is I would give you a red line and say, please make a motion to do all this at the next meeting. We certainly could do that, but if you vote it down, I just give you a clean resolution.
Okay, great. Then I will call to the vote.
I just thought of one more thing. Should there be any kind of notice to the property owner?
Because, well, because if
Oh,
this person's using their business license, they could lose.
I guess we could notify the loss of business license, but nothing else. I mean, that's the only thing we could.
I mean, just that, a notice of loss of business license, because
Yeah.
kind of like utilities, if it's a renter not paying, the owner needs to know because they're responsible for it in the end, where it's not here, but if they don't have a business license, they may not pay their rent the next
They
month.
may not, but I kind of feel like that might be overstepping. Like, why would a landlord need to, unless it was a condition of their lease that they had a valid business license?
That's a
Probably
requirement.
is, yeah. Usually there's a compliance with all laws.
There's nothing to maybe, I mean, all this does is take you through the
Steps.
steps until it's revoked, and then that's a matter of public record.
I was just, when you said it was
Once you
being
revoke the
delivered,
business license, that's not confidential.
okay, we don't have to say why. I just was thinking that because thinking of it saying it's being delivered to the place of business. But the owner won't know that that place isn't legal to be operating a business.
That means, it's just an alternate way to get it to the taxpayer, because people will refuse registered mail if they think they're in trouble.
I know.
So, that just be, that business meant to the taxpayer, but after, if this process goes through and business license is revoked, there's absolutely nothing to stop you from saying to a landlord, this guy's business has been revoked.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it'll be in the minutes too. Okay, anything else before I call for the vote? Okay, call for the vote.
New York.
We vote no,
Fails,
so he can bring us a clean one next time.
Yep.
Is what he's doing.
Number 6, fails unanimously then.
Next failure. Great. I know, so, just real quick, I'm gonna do a recap of our workshop earlier, if anybody remembers that.
I have notes.
I missed too.
What was legislative?
I think we're doing that after this, I think.
I'm gonna do this recap, then we'll do legislative, but I want to open the document again. Because it's rare that we have a workshop without discussion direction, and it's an important one. So hang on, bear with me for 1 second, I promise I'll be quick. And I know that, I know staff took, copious notes. So the board had a workshop about the IGA. And we discussed the recitations portion, which is similar to, the whereases in a resolution or an ordinance. And what those do is sort of, set the context for the agreements that are to follow. So the task force provided us with some red lines, and we walked through the red lines. What we tried to do was strike a balance between keeping this document as concise and specific as possible while incorporating the ideas that the task force made clear they want to incorporate. So I was gonna go through this line by line. I don't think I will. I think it's too late and I don't think I would do a great job at it. I'll ask if any board members have anything they want to add about this. And then ask that, of course, the workshop discussion stay on the YouTube.
I just said that generally recitals in a document that we went through, as Attorney Dittman said, are really just kind of general statements of intent. And in most resolutions we do in ordinances, we don't get into specifics too much in the recitals portion, because the more you get into specifics there, you run the risk of potential inconsistency between the recitals, or you don't say the same thing in the same way in the recitals as you do in the body of an agreement. That can create issues down the road of interpretation. So keeping the recitals to carefully reflect the intent of potentially the board, of the task force, and the initial drafters, I think was what we were trying to do. In some of the specific issues that were in those red lines,
you would expect to see in the body of the agreement. In fact, we actually moved one of them there before it's done, so understand the limit, I like the public to understand the limited purpose of recitals, and that's what underlay our discussions.
Thank you. Yeah, and I will add, we did not discuss any of the parcels.
Right.
Just some people know that, okay. All right, so let's finish up with the change to the legislative policy, Attorney Given.
So I would ask that Rule 20 be invoked to reconsider the legislative policy vote, which occurred earlier in the night.
Okey dokey.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen to show you what's going on here. Oh, I can't do that apparently.
Hold on, I need to make you a host.
Okay.
Should be able to now.
I got it. Thank you.
Got it.
Okay, can you see that? Okay.
Yeah.
So there are two rules. We remember the last amendment we were doing, we were talking about Rule 15, which is a motion to lay on the table. We were all talking about it as if that was a motion to continue. But really, Rule 18 is a motion to continue or motion to postpone. And as you'll see, it talks about it has to be done to a date certain. It can be debated. If it's a motion to postpone indefinitely, the question fails. And so motion 15 is actually about calling the question and not postponing or continuing. And so what I would suggest is that we revoke the amendments made to Rule 15, rename motion to lay on the table as a motion to call the question, and maybe delete that second sentence because it is confusing. And I think that will fix all of this.
Fundamentally, I'm really sorry to say this, but fundamentally, I think that calling the question and laying a motion on the table are two different things. And I think they both have value.
What would be your definition of motion, lay a motion on the table? Because there's no other reference to call a question on here, and it seems to me like what
I know.
Motion to lay that on the table would be, I'm calling this thing to the forefront. Basically, it's on the table, and I think that's also reflected in the precedence of motions, where a motion to lay on the table is one of the highest, levels, which means it is probably like a call to questions, one of the highest levels of motions under Robert's rule. So I think that's what it was intended to be. But
you know what I would like to do is I think I want to investigate this a little more and look at maybe review Bob's rules again, because I'm not, I don't know that I want to replace a motion of laying on the table with calling the question, because I'm not convinced they're the same thing.
Agreed.
Yeah. I think, definitely that it's not a motion to continue, and which is what we were kind of assuming when we were talking about it earlier.
It needs to say motion to postpone. We need to use that language if that's what we're gonna call it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to start saying motion to postpone.
Or we can change it to motion to continue. That's fine too.
I mean, either way, but you know what, I would like to rescind my suggested amendment to Rule 15. Still make the other suggestions, still make the other amendments that were discussed earlier, and then give this some more thought. At some point, the legislative policy is gonna come up again, because it always does. But I feel like this maybe should have a little more research.
Yeah, I think we should go ahead and adopt the legislative policy with the changes that have been suggested to deal with important things that happen. I've been on the board. This is my third term. I don't think we've ever had a motion to lay on the table that I can recall phrased in those terms. I think keeping this in there for now is not going to have much of an effect. But let's look at it and look at the full Robert's rules. If we need to fix that later, we can. I don't see that as a big impediment to our procedure going forward. Whereas the things that we've changed in this are important to get done, like the remote.
And we may ask DML for some advice about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Brandon, what motion do we need to do that?
So we'll need a motion to rescind the last amendment to Rule 15, and once that is passed, we can then pass this as amended at that point in time.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to rescind the amendment that amended Rule 15.
Second.
Okay. we vote on that.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. And then let's vote on this as amended.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Did I do that right?
Yep,
Okay, great.
we're good now.
Okay, terrific. And so maybe as an action item, Steph can redistribute Bob's rules to,
We'll do some research,
yeah.
try to figure out.
I can send the board Bob's rules tonight if you want. I have it saved on my computer, so.
Yeah, that might be helpful.
Okay.
Bob's rules is like it's like an amendment.
Abbreviated Robert's rules.
Okay, so let's do real quick trustee reports. Trustee Donovan.
So the PRC met, and topics of conversation was certainly the ice rink and what to do about it, and did not come up with anything. And another big topic was another sport court. We could do that because the pickleballers and basketballers have been requesting more time, and also whether lighting should be put in. We've gotten requests for that. So those were the topics.
Okay, let's see, the UEB met, we've already talked about most of what the UEB talked about. They're still working very hard on the time of use rates, and that will be coming for public consumption pretty soon, I think, because I think they're ready to either get it done or not get it done. It's met since our last meeting, but UEB and the EDC both meet this week. And I have one request for a future agenda item, and that is, but not any kind of immediate, and that is, in the budget, we had set aside some funds for possibly collaborating with the Boulder County Wildfire Partners on $500 expense reimbursements for mitigation of property. And their program, I think, got reinstated because I keep seeing social media promotions for it. But I think if our town staff, I'm not sure whoever it should be, could confer with them and try to come up with a coordinated program. We've got it in the budget, but fleshing out the details of that program and then promoting it to the town residents of if you go through the Boulder Wildfires Partners program, you could get up to $1,000 to reimburse you for your mitigation risk. I think we need to get the staffs to coordinate and make sure we're in sync with Boulder Wildfire Partners on that. So
I'm not sure that's a future agenda item. I think that's a suggestion.
Maybe just be staff
yeah.
to work with it, and if there's something we need to approve, that's fine, but yeah, that's just a program that needs
Okay.
some.
And so maybe.
We ought to do it before they run out of money.
For sure.
Yeah.
So maybe that could be something that Administrator Simonson could include in a future admin report.
That'd be great.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
HPC meets Wednesday.
Trustee Law.
Yeah, I've got three things. Ecology Board meets tomorrow night. Last Wednesday and Thursday, Trustee Browning and I met with two parties to tour the Neely Ewald neighborhood, Boulder County Parks and Open Space, to see what their plans were for fire mitigation on the back side of that. The next day, we met with a couple representatives from Lyons Fire District, and we looked at possibly extending the fire mitigation that had been done on the South Ledge ditch as far as the Lyons Valley townhomes, which I think are in great jeopardy from any sort of a wildfire coming down the slope there. We also looked at the Martin property and had some suggestions on that. I'd like to request one future agenda item. That would be on the disposition of the two town-owned Carter Court lots. Now that the town engineer has opined that it's possible to build on these lots, we should determine their value and make an informed decision about either selling them or retaining them. But I suggest the first order of business would be to obtain a fair market appraisal of those lots so that we can make a decision on them. So,
Thank you.
So the Housing and Human Services Commission met on November 11th. They will have a joint workshop with PCDC and EBC on Monday, November 25th to review comprehensive plans, goals. There are still 2 vacancies on that commission. Leaf gave an update. They said they were gonna be moving into their new facility the first week of January. It's cost them about $1.9 million to open. They hope to be open from Monday to Thursday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. They serve about 45 to 50 households a week. They need about $150,000 in funding, which hasn't come from Boulder County as expected. And I suspect that's lack of funding to human services at the state of Colorado level. Need to follow up with County Commissioner Lochveen to find out where that went. It sounds like 90% of the grants given for basic needs is for rent. Mostly tenants from Lions Valley Townhomes, and they claim that mental health serves about 10% of our population. It sounds also like our Mountain Resource Center liaison with the Our Center, his position might be in jeopardy because of lack of funding. So that could be an issue because that's typically who Leaf partners with when it comes to these grants for rent. We have an update from Lions Valley Townhomes. It sounds like 4 people were hired for maintenance. I posted on Facebook that there was availability right now. I don't know if they filled it, but as of last week, there was 1 single family available, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1 2-bedroom, 1-bath, and as of December 1st, there will be a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and as of January 1st, there'll be a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. So
Question. I remember Paul Capps was gonna tell us, he said there was a waiting list. And they had to fill from the waiting list first, but I never heard from him.
maybe they've gone through it's so difficult to meet the criteria that I wonder if they haven't already gone through that waiting list and haven't found people who met the criteria, and so maybe this is their way of.
He was gonna report back to us what was the waiting list, but he didn't.
It sounds like office hours are Tuesday mornings and Thursday afternoon. The commissioners are reviewing their mission statement and the responsibilities in municipal code, and they also discuss strategies around Prop 123. There was discussion around the expedited and standardized review process. There was discussion around working with the housing authority and also using publicly owned land, but I will let the chair of that commission follow up with an email probably to the board with their 4 strategies. The Arts and Humanities Commission met on November 12th. Trustee Dahlman was there to talk about a sign for the orchard, and actually that brought a bigger question as to whether we want an archway type sign that announces that you are at the Lions Community Orchard, or whether you actually want to have a sign that announces like, welcome to this park, but we haven't named that park. We have an orchard, we have a confluence circle, and what was the third thing? Oh, we have this art sculpture. So I don't know if that's a future agenda item, if we want to consider naming that park, or because that will help us deciding on signage. Let me see, the Hearts of Lions, it sounds like there will be judging end of January for 5 sculptures that will be placed around Lions in 2025. Also creative outlets, thanks to LCF, there's enough money there to design 2 public utility boxes. I'd love, I know that staff is involved in approving the location of these boxes, but I think it'd be really helpful if we had a map, or if we were able to determine at a time, where are these public utility boxes? We know that they've decorated 7 of them, but I just think for their their planning, it would be great for them to have like a map of where the public utility boxes are and kind of check off the ones that have been done. And if they know they're going to be doing 2 every year, then they can kind of plan out like where, so they're kind of spread out. I just think it'd be helpful if we could come up with some kind of map to share with them, so they know where the regions that aren't decorated. And then Ian Brighton came in to talk about the, I don't know if you've seen this on social media, the silent movie that'll be at the church, the kid, $10 donation. And Crystal presented her agenda for 2025 for every single quarterly art show at Town Hall and the library. So if you'd like to know more, I can share that with you. Number 3 is the Regional Housing Partnership with Boulder County. So there was a lot more, there was a presentation, and actually they were followed up afterwards. This is around the affordable and attainable housing tax that was passed in 2023. So when Bill Cole was on that phone call with the developers, he mentioned 16.7 million in revenue forecast for next year. And they were talking about allocations at that meeting, and they were able to follow up with some determination around those allocations. So it sounds like where are my numbers?
I sent an email to all the trustees with it.
You sent that email with, so it's like 35 million and 5 million, 35 million for development, and of that 38% will go to Boulder County communities. So that's important to know. We had several presentations from different organizations within Boulder County who provide housing, whether it's short-term housing or transitional housing. One of them was EFA, who actually has 64 apartments spread out at 9 sites. One of them was Imagine, which helps individuals with disabilities, and they have about 20 beds with 30% AMI. There was the In Between of Longmont that has 87 units in 6 buildings. And there was the Home Consortium. So Shelley Conley from the City of Boulder Housing and Human Services mentioned how the City of Boulder was designated by HUD to sign this IGA between Boulder, Broomfield, Longmont, and the other communities in Boulder County. Apparently, the IGA was amended in 2007 to include smaller communities, but in 2024, there were no signatures from these smaller communities. So what we should expect apparently is a request for Lions to sign a resolution in January of 2025, signing on to this Home Consortium IGA. And as we sign on, I think this increases the allocation of dollars from HUD.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so I don't know. Tom Fennerbone was on
We
that too.
did pass a resolution at one time, but maybe it expired after 10 years or something.
I don't
That
know.
I'm not aware of.
Apparently
We're part of it.
They're lacking a signature
Used to
from,
be.
yeah,
Okay.
so they're gonna be
Thank
asking
you.
us. Yeah, just heads up.
Okay,
That's it.
great. Thank you.
SFC met last Thursday. We spent almost all the time working on the 42 assigned strategies from the comp plan, going through those. So, and as we went through that, I realized there's a lot of stuff in that comp plan really needs to be tightened up on the strategy side. So, yeah, I'm not sure what the right approach is, but it seems to me if we assign some of the key goals to different commissions to say, hey, let's true this up. I don't know if anybody else is running the same kind of problem, but yeah. So, and then at the very tail end of the meeting, and it was mentioned earlier by Edward, but kind of the mean green energy and some concerns about it, really how green is it? And apparently somebody had mentioned the grid that the green comes from, doesn't talk to the mean grid. So the point is, we need to figure out what the truth is so we know really what we're buying.
The UAVs look at that multiple times.
Yeah, we
we
get
heard
a,
from
we
the
get a,
UV that it is green.
yeah, we get a portfolio that says where it comes from and what
Okay,
percent.
Yeah.
there's the devil's in the details here, I think, but I would like to put this to rest, and I think the SFC, there's a UEV SFC subcommittee or something looking at this stuff, but
Okay,
I think we need to get the facts out, whatever that is.
thank you. PCDC did not meet last week, because of a noticing problem. So when I hear there is a joint PCDC meeting coming on Monday, I just want to make sure that all of the commissions notice it properly, because that's why it had to be canceled last week.
She said, November 25th.
November
I haven't
25th
seen that
with,
yet, but
Monday.
yeah, so just to make sure that, those I's are dotted and T's are crossed, so we don't have to
Is
cancel it
that gonna
again.
be with the EDC too?
Mhm.
That's one problem, the EDC didn't know that.
Mhm.
Anyway.
So, yeah, so let's just make sure everybody knows what's happening there. So,
and if there's gonna be 3 trustees, I need to know that so we can post it as a board meeting.
I think just post to over post versus under post. So, the only other thing I have to report is that I am going to Dr. Cog on Wednesday night. If anybody has a burning interest to join me. you are more than welcome. And I would like to use the car if it's available.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, with that, can we please have a summary of action items?
Yeah, I've got number one, I've got continued the BOCO IGA workshops and full board on availability for a special meeting sometime in early January. Next, I have the board gave the nod to pursue talks with Longmont regarding electric service area in the eastern corridor. Next, I have a potential workshop on a pump system for Vasquez Court and the Blue Line. Next, Aaron is to bring back information on undergrounding electric on Ewald. Next, I have staff is given the green light to determine the realtor for the Apple Valley water property listing. Next, resolution 2024-98 and 2024-99 passed for budget. Ordinance 1177 was moved to a date certain of December 2nd. Staff is to also bring a draft ordinance to amend CPIs and the citing specific office to the December 2nd meeting. Next, I have CC4CA reports are to be included in the administrator's report. Number 11 is town is to move forward with the CDOT lease and right-of-way use on Main Street. Number 12 is the board would like to see a workshop on number of units and goals on housing. 13, the board approved the Team Chatfield request for CBT cash and lieu. Number 14, the board consensus is not to set up the ice rink this year and have staff research third-party vendors and make sure we message this to the community. Item 15 is there was no interest in across-the-board CPI increases, and they would like to see an ordinance to remove the reference to water as referenced by Aaron. Item 16 brings a new resolution on the sales tax delinquency policy. Item 17 is staff is to review Bob's rules and review the legislative policy again. Item 18 is staff is to collaborate with the Boulder County on their $500 incentives and confer with them and flesh out the details to be included as we have money budgeted for that. Item 19 is a future agenda item on appraisal of the Carter Court lots for potential sale. And item 20 is Trustee Daddy would like a map of where utility boxes are located.
More?
Cause I had a 21, and I'll be glad to do it if you just give me Paul, if I can get Paul Cap's email
I
address.
put that
I wanna
down.
check and see
I put it down.
what's
that we
going
need
on
to
with the
do
waiting,
a-
with the waiting list, cause I don't see how that.
Yeah, we'll take care of that. We'll take care of that. Also, I have just a couple that are a little more, we'd still like to see the dollar bill visual for the split of county taxes and have that distributed. And then in the future, maybe, have nonprofits make budget requests or written requests to the board. And then I had one other, did you say SFC town website page?
I did not.
To work with them on a town website page? And send the monthly newsletter for the Colorado Citizens for Climate Change to the board.
Oh, I had put
Oh, maybe you said that.
CC4CA.
C4CA.
To be included in your admin report.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, admin, okay, I'm just,
Well,
I wanna see.
or you could just forward those like you do the water things. don't
I
think
will,
that-
Okay.
yeah. I think that's it. Brandon?
No, I think that's pretty much it. I already sent you Bob's rules and the latest legislative policy, and I made sure that the memo on the ADU bill also went through. So you should have all that in your inboxes now.
Appreciate that. And then I think there's one more, remove the one non-metered water customer
Oh,
auto
right.
increase from the lines.
Yeah, I got that.
Good,
from
okay, I think we just worded a little. Greg,
Yep.
did you have something else?
Yeah, Victoria,
Yeah.
we need to get together on the town annual report to find out I mean, I'll take the first dig at it with the notice, but we need to coordinate who's going to be
Yep.
assisting me to eventually handle it.
Got it. You don't get paid enough for that.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Annual report. I'll talk to department heads tomorrow about that. Okay, great.
And I just have one more question. Are we gonna wait for Shelley Conley from the city of Boulder to reach out about the home consortium IGA, or should we?
No,
reach
I
out to
have
her?
that down too.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
Sure.
I'll call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
My wife.
Yeah, no.